Hold on. I'm not here. Where'd I go? Oh, there. I appeared. What do you mean by that, Moon Raider? What is of the up for? You did not forget the stream? That's good. I know I forget it sometimes, and I'm the one that hosted it. But welcome, Moon Raider. And hold on. It's looking a little bit too, spooky, so let me just, there we go. Wonderful. Okay. Let's see. Hi, Toolshed. Hi, Escobar. Hi, Comet's Legacy. And I thought I saw another name. Hi, Disco. Welcome all. Welcome to the beginning. That's such a surprise. Check again? It does that 24/7. I'm telling you. It does not care. Not one bit. It likes to duplicate. Let me go ahead and start the 5-minute timer. Bum. 5 minutes. There, we're all good to go. The chat glitched its over itself. Yep. I saw that. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, it's a to those who have maybe not tuned in the last few months, I've been fighting with figuring out how to get chat working on screen. Initially, I had multi-streaming for both Twitch and YouTube, but that didn't work out. So now it's just Twitch on screen. However, I have figured out a way to read YouTube chat faster. So rest assured, if you're chatting on YouTube, I still see you. I still see y'all. Indeedy. You think you have 2 layers of chat? Is that it? Do I? Hold on. Let me look. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. You see, it broke the other day, so I thought to myself, I'll just make a new one. And then it unbreaks, and then it breaks again. It's a never-ending cycle of broken. But how are you all today? You're doing good. You're doing lovely. Are you excited? Have any of you been working on some games this past week? I have not. I've been prepping for Halloween-y stuff this week. I'm supposed to be baking, so I've been trying to find some recipes, try stuff, mesh stuff over together, and I mean, that kind of, it'll give me inspiration for the cafe game. I'll have to, it'll give me a feeling of how baking and everything. I haven't baked in a second, but it'll be fun. So any games played, any games made, any gaming of the games, or any art, just any really. Any plans or any stuff, or did you just relax or just relax? I plan to spend next week watching some Halloween movies up to Halloween, and after baking, then I'll have some delicious baked goods with my frogina? Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. I hope I said it right. Correct me if I'm wrong. You totally forgot Halloween is happening soon? Hi, Rex Ashes. Yeah, I forgot as well. I think, were you here yesterday? I believe I've seen the name before. It takes me a second to remember. My memory is bad. But welcome. Indeedy. It's gonna be a second. But yeah, Halloween's next week. And then the day after Halloween is gonna be, what's it gonna be? November. And then after that, it's gonna be December. Hi, gamer guy dude. Welcome back. Welcome back to stream. Indeed, it's a thing of just, wow. Well, that is, it's going fast. It's going way too fast for me. As after November, will be December. And then after December, will be the New Year's. I'm not ready for that at all. But I like Halloween. I don't want to stand by Halloween, but it's fine. I'm both a Halloween and Christmas person, so my favorite time of the year is during the end of the year. If only just because I get my Halloween, my Christmas, and my Thanksgiving. It usually has cranberry sauce. I'm a fan of cranberry sauce. I'm thinking, and I'm wondering, should we do a stream going over food and making up food names for the cafe, or what do you think? You can't wait for November? Is November your birthday, maybe? Is that it? That's my guess. I like fall. Fall's probably my favorite season. I'm just thinking, it's gonna be a little bit tricky to write all of the, or just do all of the art for the food and everything. I've been trying to mess around with a few redesigns for Gabriella, the main character's sprite. As it's nice, but I feel like it could be a little bit different, especially once we add the food. Yeah, nothing really happens then. Yeah, it's oh, you went to this dead mall and got some cool pics. There we go. I don't know why I didn't say that, but I see. Nothing really happens then? Do you mean the atmosphere? Malls are scary. Malls are scary in my opinion, but correct. November is your birthday. I see. You see, I figured it out. That's usually why people are excited. They see it as they see it as a holiday. Your birthday's a holiday. I feel like it is. Hi, Frogita. Let's see. You're the one who inspired you to start pixel art. You're extremely cute, and also you pronounced your name right. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm glad, and I'm glad I can inspire. That's one of the reasons why I do this, is that I want for the people and for me, when I was struggling with art and everything, having people to learn it with you is always fun, and learning and growing together is always really fun. So I'm glad I can help. Let's see. Correct your November's birth. I see. Ah, yes. I remember now. Welcome back, Rex. Welcome back. Yes, indeed. It's like a thing of, that sounds familiar, but isn't familiar. But I'm glad. I'm glad you're back. Let's see. In November. Oh, nothing really happens in November. Aside from Thanksgiving, however, a lot of people don't like don't like seeing Thanksgiving as a holiday. They just go from Halloween to Christmas. And I don't blame them. By the time it's November, stores are already filled with Christmas stuff. So it's a thing of, well, that's a little disappointing, isn't it? You gotta go to Twitch and watch you guys. You're gonna, hold on. You're gonna go to Twitch to watch me. You gotta guess who you are. I say. Give it a, oh yeah, okay. Let's see. I'll give it a guess, but you know, memory. Okay. So with the timer stopped, let's go over the plans for today's stream. It's exciting. I hope to finish this game by all the stores are, yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? It's like Halloween's not even done yet, and it's already Christmassy stuff. It's awful. You know, give it a second to breathe. Let's see, we'll go to this screen. And here we are. These are the stream plans for today. We are slowly approaching finishing the prototype for the game. I'm hoping if not this week, next week will be Hayden. Is that how you say it? Ah, I'm guessing that's you, gamer guy, isn't it? Welcome. You got frozen? Oof. I didn't even get the notification that YouTube got frozen. That's a little disappointing. I'm trying to get it working, but right now YouTube just seems to be the bane of my existence and getting it streaming and everything. Is it good to go now? Let me double check. I think so. I'm not getting. Let's see. Okay. See if that's working now. And hi, Demanding Cat. Welcome back. You guessed right. Game. I see. Good. So today's plans. I'm hoping that we'll be able to finish the prototype by either this week or next week. I'll be hyper focused on trying to get that done, as once the prototype's done, then we can move on to fleshing out the game, adding better art, adding cooler sprites, and all of those things. That'll be fun. So I'm going to go over the pitch of the game for those who have maybe not tuned into the programming stream before, or just not heard of my game before. And after I pitch, then we're going to plan. We're going to try to figure out cool UI and timer placing and spell casting, figure out where do those go, and then we're going to go into the programming. So we're going to try to plan it before we actually program. I like to write things down and then do it, as if I go in head first without a plan. It usually goes a little wrong. So that's what we're gonna do. That's on today's agenda. So with all of that said, give me 1 second. I shall be right back. A few minutes. I gotta go get changed a little bit. Let's see, what button do I press? Takes a second. So it would appear, that you are seemingly stuck on an elevator. And, you know, since you're stuck in an elevator, you've got nowhere else to go. I may as well spend 1 minute exactly pitching my game to you. And this segment of the stream serves as a purpose for me to better explain it, get better at explaining it, and as we go, we'll see where we go, and it's a way to explain it in a simple and concise way, or as best I can in 1 minute. So with all of that said, indeed, you like my suit? It's business time, business. Okay, let me put the timer here. Timer's been acting up a little bit these days, but that is a-okay. I'll move that guy there, move him up a little bit, move me, let me just scoot over a little bit to the side. And then, here we go. I'll go ahead here. So when I press this, the timer will start. Okay, are you ready? You new here to your channel, if you didn't know I also did programming. I do indeed. I do, that's what today is, programming. We're gonna try to program the game. And programming wearing a suit? What is this blasphemy? I can be business serious. Okay, so with all of that said, I'm going to press start and stuck in an elevator. You don't need to know that information. Okay, 1 minute starting now. Are you a fan of rhythm games and cafe sims or possibly even typing games? If so, the Necrotype Cafe is the game for you. It features a necromancer, Gabriella, who attends a school by her family, who wanted to become a necromancer, but she wants to become a baker. So she decides to open up in the basement a cafe of sorts where the goal is to summon food and serve customers who are your fellow peers, your fellow students. The goal of the game is to create spells, create different flavors of food, type them together, and merge them into everything and serve the customers. So it's all about making sure to keep your rhythm on your poems on beat, as the way the magic works in this world is that you have to use your voice. So what better way than spell casting with poems, and you have to type these poems that she has to speak. So serve food to your customers in time, on rhythm, on beat, and hopefully by the end of the month, you'll have enough to show, I can do this. And that is the end. Did I sell ya? Is it a possibility? I feel like that one this time around was a little bit weak. but I hope I sold the soul. D? Is that my score? Oh no, I hope not. But I also assume you mean it's this in the background. With all of that said though, let me get some water and then we will get right into things. Oh. Okay, and rhythm game, yeah, D+, I see. Like, I can't, so it could be a little bit better, I do agree. Can't complain that much. So let me go ahead and move you all over here. Does this game have lore? Indeed. You play as a necromancer, Gabriella, who is at the bottom of the basement. Well, not at the bottom of the basement. It'll be a little bit easier to show ya, so hold on, let me load the game up. First of all, I gotta activate programmer big brain mode, which is like, did it work? It did. And then, let me go ahead and take the suit off as we won't need it anymore. There we go. Less business. And then I'll go ahead and, why does the chat on stream? Because I tried for months to get multi-chat working and it didn't work. So at the end of the day, I tried for months, and since it didn't work, it'll now just be Twitch, but I can still see YouTube. Great. So let me go into Godot, do a good old transition, and this is the programming engine of choice that I use. Godot, and I program in GDScript. So you're fine. You're all good. If I didn't explain it well enough, oh, I'm guessing I didn't. If you didn't pick it up, that's more than fine. And if that is the case, I am more than happy to get better at trying to explain it. And we have Bobby here to keep us company, so I think we're all good to go now. Alright. Tunas. Hi, Nyamoko Neko? Is that how you say it? Welcome. And let me move this over here. Learn from this is next level. It's not. Now you have proper programming outfit. Just need some socks. Yep. I just need some socks. And that sound was Ruggabo. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Okay, so I'll show you the game. It'd be a little bit easier to explain that, and then we can go from there. So I'll go ahead and pull up the game. And just so everyone can be on the same. You're so bored right now. You initially plan to play GTA RP for the first time, visitors. I know nothing about GTA. Right, so this is the cafe in its current stage. This is meant to be the prototype of the game. This is Gabriella, the necromancer that you play. And customers come in, like so, and you have to seat them. So it's a classic restaurant sim in that case. Customers will sit down, they'll read the menu, you'll have to give them they'll give you your orders, right? Their orders, and after they read the menu, customer will then say, hey, I need a waiter. So you'll have to go get the order. After that, you'll have to come into here, you'll have to do some magic spell ritual stuff and the rhythm typing part of the game. You'll come back in here, you'll go and serve the customer, they'll eat, and then they'll leave. That's the basis of the game, the core values of the game. And over the past few months, we've been trying to make sure the game is functional in this state, as this is the prototype. And then after they're done eating, they wait for the check and they leave. That's as simple as it gets. Let's see. Everyone looks to make sure to subscribe. This is cool. I appreciate it. It's been a making. This is my second game. So we'll see how we're able to take it from here. I'm hoping it'll be great. That is the basis of the cafe part. And let me very briefly show you the rhythm part, as that I'll either add that today or next week, we'll see. But that will be one part of it. And then I can go in here and go to the main menu. And if you are curious, and I'm pretty sure I can do this, like that, will that work? The prototype, this version here, is currently out at the moment. Sounds awesome, I see. Possum, I'm picking up on your puns. So I can open up here, and currently right now on itch is the prototype of the game. Not the prototype of the rhythm typing part. So I can go ahead and show you here. Let me turn this down for a second. And let me go ahead and mess with the audio a little bit. So this was the first thing we did when we made the game, is to get the rhythm and typing part done. This is what you'll get. You like that it shows the timer for the customer's patience? Yeah, I think it's a little bit too big. That was one of the things I wanted to try and figure out to see if we could change, since today's about figuring out UI and nice and pleasant looking UI. But I'm glad you do like it. I definitely think the timer is a good idea. And the music might be fire if it's a rhythm game. Hopefully. I don't know if I'm gonna make the music, but we'll see. Right now, it's music made from other creators, and those are also credited. But there's different songs, and as you can see, a little bounce. Oh, maybe you can't see it. Lagged for a second. But everything lagged. But you can see here the bouncing as it changes in songs. Can you hear the metronome tick? Let me turn it up just a smidge. Let's see. Okay, I did read that. And then the game will be this rhythm typing. So you can see here the bars blinking, and you have to type on beat. And it's a spell, and the way the game works is you have 2 different flavors you have to add to the customers. Why do you know spooky scary skeleton? That'd be copyrighted. But the way the game works is you have to combine 2 different flavors, and each customer, or each wizard, as you're going to a magic academy, wants a food in 2 different flavors. For example, they might want a cake that has the flavor of bitter and bitter, or they might want a cake that has the flavor of bitter and sweet. So you'll have to combine those 2 flavors. It could also be bitter, bitter, or sweet, sweet, and you combine these 2 flavors into this rhythm game. So every time you have to make an order, you have to play this little mini game to hopefully add a little bit of fun. Instead of just cooking, now you actually have to spell cast. So it'll be A-G-E-N-T-L-E-A, comma, M-A-G-I-C-A-L-S-M-O-K-E, comma. That's how it goes. And right now it's been tested a little bit, so you can't just press things. And there is a way to lose. That is up right now on itch, if you are curious to play it. Right now we're working on the cafe portion. So with all of that said, I can kind of move into the ideas part of the discussion. Let me go ahead and make this here. I can hear it a little bit better. All right. So right now, let me go ahead and close this main screen. This has been a bit of a work in the works, but it's been going great, and I'm glad. We've been working at it little by little, and that's the part that matters. So we don't get overwhelmed. Right now, and you can kind of see here, this blank area is where I want the customer menu to go, and I'll explain a little bit more about the customer menu. But I want to put something here in this space. I want to put something here in this space, the menu, and then I want to put that game that we just played, the rhythm typing part, in this blank space. And so if we go over to concepts, which is a program I use, you can kind of see what I mean here. If I zoom in a little bit, the purple is the menu that I want to put in this blank area here. That's the purple. The white part is the actual customer area, the actual restaurant itself. And then the yellow part is the spell casting. So this is the entirety of the game itself. And let me go ahead and close this, and I can kind of show you a little bit better if I close this as well, close this. Let me bring up the cafe area. Like this. Okay. And then I can kind of show you back in here. You can kind of see this. Oops. Oh, no, you can't see. It's just there. Here we go. So we have a blank area here that I want to put the menu at, a blank area here, and a blank area here that I want to put the game at, the rhythm part of the game. If we go back into concepts, this is what I meant by orders and flavors. The idea is that the game takes place during 30 days or 30 levels of the game. And the idea is that each week we'll have a different kind of final boss, and the game kind of works around different schools of magic. So for example, you start off with sweet bitter, and the idea is that bitter is spawned from necromancers. Necromancers tend to like the bitter flavor. And then what did we decide on? I think we decided on, let me check. As right now, we have two types of wizards. We have necromancer and we have necromancer and medimancer for sweet. So healing wizards is what we have currently. And then hopefully later down the line, we'll be able to add wizards like cryomancers. So maybe the food is very minty for cryomancer's flavor. Maybe for pyromancers, it can be very spicy. So imagine all of these different combinations. And the idea is that the game will have different types of foods. And I can zoom out here. This is just work we've been doing over the weeks here. And I kind of like to explain it like, what is it? The Pokemon typing, where it's two mixtures together and then each kind of has a graph and weak and strong. So it's a mixture of working on foods and cakes and cookies and adding all of those things. The hope in doing a prototype is that we do the bare minimum to make sure the game is fun. And once we make sure the game is fun, then we can go back and add the extra flavors, the extra characters, the extra colors and art. But we want to make sure the game's fun first before we do all of that. So that brings us to today's to-do. And in today's to-do, it's these guys right here. Right now, currently, you can tell, or maybe you couldn't. I'll show you. Well, there's no need. Right now, we need to figure out a way to show the customer and what they want. The prototype is fun but hard. It is indeedy. I'm gonna tweak it a little bit more once we figure out how it works with the cafe, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's always the thing I want to get first is fun. So if we go over here, the games that inspired me to make this game are both Papa's Pizzeria and also Penguin Diner. And in that game, the way the customers work is they have a little speech bubble in Penguin Diner. And let me grab my tablet. Hold on. There we go. So the way it works in Penguin Diner is that they have these little penguins that will say, this is what I want in their food. They'll wave their hand, you'll go over to them, and then they'll get served. You don't have to worry about You don't have to worry about memorizing the food that they want. The chef, this guy here, and let me make a new layer to make it a little bit easier. And let me turn this on as well. What makes it nice and easy, at least compared to other games, is that you don't have to remember the food. You just give it to this guy, and that guy makes the food. The nostalgia, yeah. The thing of, I've always loved these types of games. Yeah, the nostalgia. And hi, hold on. Horno Rogan, is that how you say it? Welcome to the stream. And as well to you, Masimp? Is that how you say it? Hi! And you loved playing Papa's Pizzeria as a kid? Yeah! It was always fun, that series and everything. So to those that do know, maybe not, the way the game worked is that you had to take orders, and the orders would appear where that red line is, the orders would appear up here, and then you'd have to go through and make the pizza, and that's how the game worked. They had different screens, so you had a topping screen, a timer screen, and you had to cut the pizza, and then you'd be scored on each. What I wanted to bring attention to was how they showed the orders here. Depending on what they wanted to order, the order would show up on this sidebar. So what I want to try to figure out is what I want to try to figure out today is a way to show the customer's order on the side to show you what you need to make and to cook, as that's a little bit tricky. And while I was adding these order ideas, do any of you remember any restaurant sim games, any other ones? One that comes to mind for me is a game called, and we talked about it before when we were trying to figure out the idea, Cook, Serve, Delicious, which was a pretty fun franchise. Cook, Serve, Delicious. And let me go ahead and move this here. If it will let me bring it back into concepts. This game right here, let me paste it into this one here. I'll zoom it in a little bit. It's also a restaurant sim game. You can see here how it worked is that they had different orders up here, kind of like with the Papa's games, right? They had tabs, you had orders, and they told you what to do. And they didn't have the customer's face. So my question is, the question is how to design our customers' orders. Right now, we don't know what they want, but we do have, they want something. We made sure that they do want something. The question now is the UI and telling the user, this is what the customer wants. So that's the question. No, you have to wait 20 minutes for this one game to update because you forgot to play it, so now there's like 2 updates queued. Oof. Good luck. Truthfully, yeah. I've had to wait 2 hours for a game to update before. It's not that fun. The hope is that we need to figure out a way to show the food. Right now, there is icons that I have in mind for food-wise, but I want to have the customer's face, maybe. You could look for references. Oh, that's true, that's true. Oh, I have seen that before. Thank you. Hold on. Let me go ahead and copy that, and I'll bring it up on screen in a little bit. So yeah, that is a wonderful resource. Oops. Here, let me do this instead. Game UI data face. There we go. And then let me go ahead. It's design time, exactly. Figuring out the UI. So we want it to look nice. It doesn't have to look perfect, but it just needs to be something for the purpose of the prototype, and then we can kind of refine it. Right now, it just needs to be clear, and then we can kind of dress it up with buttons and bows afterwards. Let me go ahead into here, and let me go ahead and make sure. Are we good? Looks good. Okay, the good old classic transition. Here we are. This is the website that was linked. It is called Game UI Database, and it is a really good website. It shows off the UI from different games in the past, and it's an entire thing. My question is, do they have the UI for restaurant games? Let's see. Restaurant? No games. Maybe I didn't spell it right. That is how you spell it, isn't it? Cooking? Maybe that. Cooking. How about that? Cooking. Let's see. Any cooking menus we can find? Not seeing too many. There's Genshin Impact, cooking, restaurants. I'm not seeing any we can use. These seem to be more so for cooking pots. Let me figure out the spelling of restaurant really quickly. I think I spelled it right. No, R-E-S-T-A-U-R-A-N-T. Yes, there we go. Yep. There's some words you don't spell often. R-E-S-T-A-R-T-A-U-R. What? R-E-S-T-A-U-R-R-E-S-T-A-U-R-A-N-T. There we go. Wonderful. Thank you for that one. Okay, so let's see. What do we have for restaurant? I'm not seeing anything for menus, unfortunately. If I search up the game, let's see. Cook, serve, delicious. Anything come up? Cook, serve. Maybe I spelled delicious wrong? Nope, it's not on there. Order, customer. Let's try that. Order. You think? Oh, okay, I did read that. Okay. Genshin cooking is low-key bad, really boring, hasn't changed since, the 1.12. Yeah, a lot of people do like change. And I don't think order. No. We can try customer. But yeah, it used to be fun, but it definitely became very stagnant, Genshin's. So customer, let's see. What do we have here? Find customers and screenshots. Not really seeing any customer-related things. They're not that many. Well, I feel like there's a lot of restaurant sim games, right? But I'm not seeing any ideas for here. And then of course we have what is it, Burger Face? Is that his name down here? But not seeing any. This is a good website, I'm just not sure. They have something. Okay. Okay, so let me show you a little bit what we have, or the frame we can work with. If I go back into here and I go into let me see if I can pull it up. We go into customer, not resources, assets, nope, I need screen. That's a little bit tricky. Still trying to get better at naming names, so we'll see if I can figure that out. Customer, no. I go into here, I should be able to figure out options. That's what it was. Customer options container. There we go. So right here at the moment, Hi, Wolfie. I believe I've seen that name before. Welcome. Let's see. think, oh, okay, I did read that. Right now, this at the side is what I have for the customer. Every time a customer is spawned, this is created for them. So I'm hoping we can use this to put their order. We don't need a name for the customer, but the issue is we're gonna need a way to show their face, I'm thinking, to show who ordered what. But then it's a thing of, maybe you were here yesterday, I see, yeah, I do remember. Welcome back. I'm thinking, it is a thing of, name's not important. So how do we describe whose order goes where? In Papa's, and we can take a check in Papa's as well. Where are we at? Oh, this is concepts. In Papa's, at least, we go back up here. They don't have a name for the customer, but all the same, it automatically serves the customer when you serve them. So it doesn't matter. You just have to do serve. You don't have to remember who ordered what. Well, that's not really a good description. This one as well. You don't have to remember who ordered what. But I definitely think it's fun in that sense. What? There was one game. I'm trying to remember it. What is it called? That came out recently. That was a restaurant game for co-op. RESTU restaurant game. Restaurant co-op. Let's try that. Co-op. It was about oh, hold on. Co-op game. Let's try Plate Up. Plate Up. And let me go ahead and move you here for a second. Yeah, okay. So how did Plate Up work? Plate Up, Plate Up. Okay. This is a game that was recently released. I say recently. I think it's been a good year or two. And once it loads, you can't find your login info. Oof. It never ends. The trials and tribulations. Let's see. This is a restaurant type of game. There's no orders and it's multiplayer as well. You played Dead Plate and they will only have the amount of certain dish that the customer ordered, and the player would have to kind of do it in order and the customer wouldn't accept the wrong order. Yeah, I don't want to penalize and delete the order if the customer says this is the wrong order, as I think it's already a little bit as hectic as it is. But I'm just wondering, I haven't heard of Dead Plate before. Let me see. Dead Plate. Dead Plate. What do we have here? Ooh, interesting game. Order. Let me go ahead and see if I can get a screenshot of what's going on. And let me pull it up into concepts. Like this. Very nice looking game. I like it. When playing the prototype, your parappa instincts kicked in and it typed at double time. Did it? Oh no, I'm gonna have to fix that. Thank you for letting me know though. Never mind, it was under some other papers. Oh, I'm glad you found it. Yeah, okay, so let's see. Do you mean here with the Dead Plate? They would only have the amount of certain dish that the customer ordered, and the player would have to kind of do it in the order. The customer wouldn't accept the wrong order. Yeah, this order thing's gonna be a little bit tricky. That's the one. Is this a horror game? Is that what you're saying? I can tell. Okay. So I'm thinking, and you can kind of see over here where I did a little doodle. We have the face of the character and the customer. I want the order to be in this sort of color mixture thing. It would be cool to be able to type on and off beats. Oh, I see. It's not a feature, but you think it should be a feature. Cute, but then it gets all gory. Oof. I see, and here I thought, oh, looks like a neat game. Yeah, on and off beats could be a cool feature to add later down the line. As yeah, I definitely want to have people able to style it. I think that could be fun. Huh? I'm a little confused on that one. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Let's move this up here. So this is the order I want to show off. English isn't your first language, but yeah, it's a horror game. You're fine, you're doing wonderfully. Like, the issue is, well, it is my first language. I struggle reading it lots of the time. So right now, oh, hold on. Here. Right now, we have the customer, and this is the bar I want, and I might have to zoom in a little bit here. Like so. Oh, there we go. But, we'll just do this. We'll do this. There we go. Like this. And then Crabbelow. Oh, Crabbelow. Hi, Crab. Welcome to stream. Okay. So let's see. Oh, did I read that already? Okay, I did. Hi, welcome. Right now, I'm thinking maybe it should just be split screen. The way Papa's does it is they have a, go back down here. They have the number and the order. And like I said, you don't have to worry about the customer, but it's the number and the order type. Let's write that on here. Is that it's the number, and order type. Number and order, really. Number and order. Right now, currently, I believe the game can hold 16 customers. Let's double check that, but I believe the number is 16. We can go back into here into Godot and counting the seats. This is 4, 4, 4, 4. So that's 16. Never mind. So that's 16. Then that's 18, 20, 22. Did I a quick math right? Hold on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. Yeah, 22 seats at the moment is the amount of seats that can be held, which is a lot. So 22 seats, we would need a way to... Hi, Clash, I'm doing wonderfully. A little old boy, I'm not excited for UI, but I'm sure it'll go well, but welcome back. Okay, so in saying that, there's 22 available slots, 22 available seats, which is a little wild. We can go back into our concepts, and I'll put that on here as something to consider, is that we have 22 seats. 22 seats. E-A-T-S. Okay, so number and order is important, and the 22 seats. The question now becomes, how do we identify who to serve it to? Good to be back. Couldn't miss a programming stream. I see. I'm glad you're doing well. We're ready for the suffering and the programming, and I froze, didn't I? Oh, everything's dying today. Can't go a single day without a scuff stream. So I'm thinking, maybe we have a arrow pointed above their head or something that indicates they're waiting on an order. That could be a thing to help in showing what their order is. But then the question then becomes, what if two different, no, it wouldn't matter what it did. If two customers ordered the same thing, it wouldn't matter. Another game I played, and I'm trying to recall the games I've recently played. It was also a cooking game, Lemon Cake. That's what it was called. Lemon Cake. After the 365 days of recovery. Yep. Next year is when it'll be. Yep, indeed. That's what that hinted to. So plate up. Let's see. Plate up. Lemon Cake. Lemon Cake was also a restaurant sim game I played. And let's see, restaurant lemon cake game. And in this game, you had customers who had orders, and I'm trying to find a screenshot. Oh, actually, that's perfect. Why don't we do it like that? Let me show you what I mean. As I played the game, and I was trying to remember how I even remembered the customer's number. But if you look here, it's a little blurry, but you can see down here in the orders, they have numbers, right? The number and the order. And at the tables have the number and for your order. So that's how they could tell. And I think that's a neat idea. You have the order number and the customer order themselves. So if there's a way we can just keep it with numbers, that shouldn't be too tricky. But then the question becomes, would there ever be a time when the number would be triple digits, do you think? Not too sure on that one. That one's a little bit worrisome, but I think number and number order is a good idea. And the little, the foldables, the only issue is because of the size of our game, we can't really have those. Is that the gory bits or is that just steak? We can't really have small portions of it as numbers, as you can kind of see here. It's very small pixel art space to begin with, so I don't know if we would be able to have hard numbers that have a number here and a number down here, for example. What I'm thinking is, for these single seats, that's for people who are coming in by themselves, maybe? I'm not too sure. I do want to have people coming in as pairs and quadruplets, but for now, everyone kind of wants their own thing. So I'm thinking maybe the customer will have above their head or under their head their patient's number, and maybe, I'm thinking, maybe there's a number above their head for their order, and as the order goes down, different colored tables. Ooh, that is a good idea. I do like that one. That would kind of help. But then, even if it's different colored tables, imagine you get two, well, I mean, it wouldn't be too bad if you got two of the same orders, but maybe you're trying to serve one person because they came earlier. Quick reminder to fix the stop waiting thumbnail. You spelled doesn't wrong. Did I? Hold on. I gotta write that down. You know, some words are a little bit hard. Waiting. T-I-N-G D-O-E. Thank you. Thank you 100%. It's just steak, you promise? Are you sure? I can never tell anymore. Horror games are a horrible thing. They're wonderful, but man, you can't trust no one out in these parts. And hi, Ray. Welcome. Oh, Wrath. welcome back, Wrath. I always think it's Ray. All right. So while I do like the idea of these numbers on here, it's human. Yeah. On here, I'm thinking we won't be able to do that. However, and I'll show you. Hold on, if I can move back over to Godot with the customer. Oh, I did read that. Your first stream will probably be horror. Kid, is your favorite media like that? I'm sure it'll appreciate it. I'm not sure if I would. Or it's just oof, too much for me. The gore is a bit later, I say. Yeah, that's how they get ya. It's always a little bit later. It's always just a smidge. I'm thinking maybe for our customer though, and I can show it here, maybe above the customer's head can be maybe above the customer's head can be the number of their order. Maybe the order is there's a little bubble, and show it a little better. Let me bring you back into concepts like this. Said the Eldritch Princess. I can be two things at once, you know. What is it? An anomaly. That's what I am. You know, the scariest things are the things you don't understand. So if I don't understand it, that's already 10% of the way. But I'm thinking we have the customer, whether they're standing like this, or whether they're seated like this, and they're in their little seats, and their bodies are kind of, you know, slumped over like that. They have this little bubble here. Oh, little bubble here, or here, depending on where they're sitting, because if they're sitting here, it's a little bit tricky, but I'm thinking they'll have a little bubble here that shows which order they have, their number, and then you put into a secure containment cell by 20. I can't be contained. Not happening. But there's a number for the order in this little bubble, and maybe that's how we can do it. So number for the bubble, and then in the actual UI, what we have it as here is we have the number and the order. So it's the number on this side, oops, like that. The number on this side, for example, it might be number 1. And then on this side, we would have the order, which is, oops, undo. The order, which is this guy right here. And I might have to make him a little bit bigger, but just about. That's just about what the order looks like. And it would go in here. And then you'd be able to tell, okay, this number is this and this, this is this and this. Wouldn't that be too small for smaller size displays? Maybe. We'll have to test it. That will be important to test, as, yeah, it could be worrisome. I'm thinking, because this is this display size, and it's this big, and I was able to read it, but maybe it might not be legible. It'll depend. Maybe we can have a setting to make the number bigger or smaller, depending on the person, so to make it easier to read, or that way we don't have to have a default size. We can just have the UI size change depending on what the person needs. So they can have a 1 above their number, or 1 above where they're sitting. But the question then becomes, figuring out what to do for the bar and the timer. And I'll show you what I mean. Let me bring you over back to the game, and let me load the game up. As right now, the progress bars are very messy. And you'll see what I mean. Oh, this is the wrong screen. Hold on. I need to click this button. Wrong button. If we go back into Godot, you can see here. I'm going to spawn in so many... Oh, I deleted them. Hold on. Like this. So this is where the game... Oh, you can't even see it. Hold on. Here. This is where we go. And as you can see, it's very messy at the moment. You can't tell what's going on. Right? Because the bars are so big, I can't see a thing. I am blind at this point. So either we'll have to make the bar smaller, or we'll have to do something to be able to tell, as they're getting angry, their timers are filling up and they're leaving. But right now, it's way too cluttered, especially if there's a high capacity of customers going on. So that was one other thing we needed to figure out for UI-wise. So many wizards, exactly. They're all coming in. And this is, I like using the spawn button, seeing them do their thing. It was not easy to tell when it's just one, but when you see so many of them, it makes it really easy, very legible to see, So maybe what we can do is have a timer above their order to show their current progress. And that way we can tell what's going on while also not looking at them, or maybe looking at them. I remember in the past someone suggested facial expressions, and it's a little bit hard to tell as I have the screen smaller on my screen. But I mean, if it's not legible on this small version of the screen, like it's minimized, then I think that's a good test. If I can see it from this size, then that means it's good. So if it was bigger and I could see it, but you know what, this is good. If we are able to see it from this small size, then we should be able to see it from the big size. So I'm thinking, yeah, you could try doing it in Overcooked style and putting the bars on the order menu. Ooh, that is a good idea. That's a good idea. The question then becomes, though, for this, for example, if they're waiting for the waiter and the waiter doesn't come and give their order, then they leave. Like right now, they'll leave because their order wasn't served. So is it the customer status that's on the side? I mean, I could see that. As soon as you spawn and seat the customer, so as soon as the customer's seated, they go on here. And now their current progress is up here. It kind of lets you know what's going on with their timer. I think that helps. So let's give that a go. Let's go ahead and go back into concepts. I just enjoy it when you all say hi to one another. Makes it so happy in here. Away from all the programming pain that's about to incur. But I do like that idea. So for example, and that's how they do in Overcooked. Let me pull up Overcooked. That might be a little bit easier. Overcooked. Overcooked. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Do you have to serve... I forget, I have played it before, but my question is, do you have to serve the right customer? Or it doesn't matter? I forget. This game right here, is the customer... Where is the customer at? It's just a plate, right? You serve here, and the customer... Hold on. I say here, but I don't circle it. You serve here, right? Isn't this the serving menu? And then whatever orders up here gets destroyed. But I do like that idea. The thing is, you don't need to know where the customer is. So yeah, maybe that's something we can do. So we have the number, we have the order, and you have to serve the plate into a global conveyor belt. So it doesn't matter, well, it does matter, but I mean, as long as you make the order, you're good. You don't have to track who ordered what, is what I'm saying. But I think that definitely would make it cleaner. If we go down here, kind of make a little profile for each customer. So this is their bar up here, their little bar of stuff and their patience here. Each customer might have a patience menu, and then I'll kind of pass this over for the bar texture and everything. And that'll kind of keep their current status. And then maybe depending on their current position. So for example, right now in the game, if we go into Godot, and also you can try making a circle that fills into a spiral instead of a bar for space. Oh, I get what you mean. Hold on. I think I do understand what you are saying. What you are putting down. You mean to do it like a pie chart, right? Like this guy right here. Let me scribble it in. It's something to this extent, right? And all this is your time and your filled space. Like that, right? Okay. I am understanding that. So I'm thinking we have different icons for different statuses, and then the timer can hold the, yeah, like that. I got ya. Right? I'm picking it up slowly, but I am picking up what you're putting down. So if we go back into Godot, and in Godot here, we have the current customer, the current customer state up here. Here we go, and let me go ahead and just copy this to make it a little bit easier. Each customer goes through a stage. I call it the progress state. And if we go back into concepts to make things a little bit easier to see, give each person a number and then give them a food they want so that it's easy to understand what they want and can keep track of them. Yep, the issue is that, or the worry is that if there's multiples, kind of makes it hard as you'll want to figure out. But yeah, I'm thinking give them a number and everything will be a really good idea. And this is the wrong layer. Let me go ahead and you go on this layer. There we go. So for example, when they're in line, and if they're in line, they can leave. So they're not up here quite yet. So I'm wondering, okay, is it a current status? Maybe in line. Should a person that's standing in line be able to leave? That's what it is for most games. So in line, they can leave. We don't need to worry about moving. Moving's not a icon we need. We need, well, I mean, for moving, for example, in this icon box, what we could have is 3 ... signs maybe. For the reading menu, maybe we could have like a book icon for reading. Then for waiting for waiter, we could have maybe a exclamation point. Then for waiting for order, we could have, what could we have for waiting for order symbol? As waiting for waiter is more of an exclamation point saying, hey, my order's ready. But waiting for order, this is when their order's already been taken. Oh, never mind. I know what it means. When they're waiting for their order, that's when we have the speech bubble showing what their order is. Then while they're eating, maybe it's like a dish icon, you know, that dish being served one. And then after that, we have waiting for check. So maybe it is, as in this game, because the main character is rich, money's not really a thing for her, as well as most of the characters in the game, as you're going to a very prestigious academy. So the idea is that instead, the way people pay each other around here is with knowledge. So you'll get knowledge instead. That's what those papers are. And then leaving will be, what can leaving be? Leaving, this is, if they're leaving, they're angry. If they're leaving served, they're happy. So for right now, let's just do, how do you do an angry face? Like this? Okay, big angry. Very upset. Very mad. We just don't do our taxes. Apparently not. Oh boy. Leaving served is very pleased and happy face. There we go. Like that, yeah. And they're all college students, but they come from very wealthy backgrounds. So they're all like, the money's not really a thing for them. There's no need to pay one another. You have to pay by bargaining instead. That's how it works around this school. And the other thing was that in this world, learning different types of magics is forbidden. So by what people do is they give her pages from their books. So for example, it's a necromancer taking pages from a cryomancer and using it to create a new spell for minty foods. Kind of like that. Could you also go with a thumbs up / thumbs down? That's a good idea, yeah. I was figuring the faces could be a cute way to show off emotes, but yeah. Leaving could also be a wonderful way to just do thumbs down. I know my thumbs up and thumbs down. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Like that. Green and yellow. Well, green and red. But I do like that idea, yeah. Okay. So right now, this is what the customer bar will consist of. Need to go do Genshin main quest, so see you when you get tired from doing that, or good luck, good luck. I wish you luck on that. I know my daily quests are a little tricky, and oh, what was that sound? Hi, hold on. D Money Extreme. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. All right, so let me get some lemonade. What if you make every customer have a different color set and just put a little icon of their head in the color? I need a little bit of an explanation on that one. Sorry, can you explain the magic forbidden thing again? You didn't get it. Sure. Okay, so how this game works is that you're playing as a necromancer who's forced to go to a school of magic. It's a college setting. The idea is that this magic is about the old arts and it's about tradition. So this character, her family wants her to become a necromancer. So they want her to learn necromancy, but she doesn't want to learn necromancy. She wants to become a baker, a chef. So she decides to create her own magic of creating food. And because it's forbidden, she has to do it in the basement, in the cellar of the academy. That's what the setting is. And the idea behind payment being knowledge is that students, when they get their food served to them, will give them their papers from books, and she'll use those papers to convert them into new spells that she can make. Does that help a little bit? I hope I explained it well. I like explaining it because it gives me a chance to better figure out a way to better elaborate it. Yeah, you see, I got you, wonderful. So like randomizing the color of their clothing, hat, and then have an icon of their hat. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of doing a head, but the thing is, it's like, what if there's duplicates? Or what if there's really similar duplicates? For example, if a character had an orange hat, right? Well, we'll just say, yeah, orange hat, green eyes, well, orange outfit, green eyes, and maybe tan skin. And you're right, okay, if I lock everything out, for example, I say no other characters can have these 3 things combined. But then what if it's green, green eyes, oh, wrong button. But then it's green eyes, tan skin, but now they're wearing purple instead. I feel like that's a little bit confusing. So I'm thinking instead, because there's probably going to be a lot of mix and matches depending on how many eye colors we have, how many hair colors and things of that nature, having this number is a little bit easier. I do like the icon idea overall though. You know that there's a filter that gives you really far apart values, but the name of it is in French. I see. That's interesting. I'm sure there is a way to do it. I'm just not sure of the current way at the moment. You'll say when you do though, that's wonderful. Yeah, you might be able to go into like a translator and have it translate into English. Maybe that could work. Will there be any type of money to buy upgrades or decoration? Upgrades, yes. Decoration, I'm not too sure about. Upgrades for, I feel like decoration, once we figure out the prototype, we can figure out the fun parts of the game. The idea is that while also having customers have to come to you, there will also be, and they say the prototype's almost done, I completely forgot, but there are also ghosts. Let me roll this guy a little here. There are ghosts that come in because you're in a more forbidden part of the area and you have to banish the ghost, and you'll also get upgrades that way. You'll have an upgrade where you can make skeleton butlers or skeleton servants who will be able to serve food for you, so you can continue working up in the back, but I completely forgot about the ghost. We'll have to add the ghost for the prototype, but yeah, upgrades like that. I think decoration could be fun as well as the game goes on. This dingy cellar feeling, you'll be able to make a little bit more classy, as again, she comes from a high esteemed family, so she's a little bit more into class. Right now, the characters sit on crates, but I'd like them to sit on tables more towards the end of the game, when you've got a little bit more rep, and as people are coming in. But I like what we have here. So I'm thinking we have the number. This is one customer kind of profile at least. So we have the number that goes here, number, and then we'll just put 1. We have the how can we do that? We could do a bar like we have, or we could do this here, but I kind of like the bar idea a little bit better. So it would be the bar here, and I'm realizing it's in the wrong layer, so let me go ahead and grab this guy, yoink him, and put him down here. But it would either be this bar here, that would go, oh, okay, oh, I did read that, and then a bar here for the timer, and then here would be your status. So for right now, let's just put the speech bubble. And that is what one character would consist of. So either we can do the pie chart like that, or maybe, let's try to figure out the second design. Maybe it could be a thing of, and I'll copy and paste, move it up a little bit. So instead of that, and I'll erase this guy a little bit, because yeah, if we do it like that, it's a little bit easier, but you also have to keep in mind the maximum capacity of this cafe is 22 seats. So do we want 22 lines of all of that? I feel like that might be a little bit tricky to read. Maybe it should be more so in a grid formation. For example, if I scroll out a little bit, in Cook Serve Delicious, they're kind of more boxy, right? They have more of a, well, they're still rectangles, and let me use purple. They're boxy here. In here, they're just simple little guys here that don't show the status, but they do show the order. So this one's more square feeling. This one here is also kind of boxy-ish. It just has the order, it has what they want. There's no timer here. And then in Papa's, it is a full big tab of what they want. So maybe instead what we can do, is have here. And maybe instead of this, maybe the design of the, and I'll do this color instead. Maybe the design is more so this here, like that maybe instead. So it's more of a box. And then up here, we'll have that timer, and I'll just go ahead and copy that timer. We'll go ahead and grab this guy here. Yoink 'em, copy, paste. We have maybe the timer that goes up here. And then from that timer, we have the number. Maybe the number goes here, 1. And then we have the status. So the status could maybe be in bigger size. So maybe something like this is a little bit better to show off the customer ordering and everything. The status can go there. Which one do you think? Working on a state machine right now? Right now, that was last week. It was either last week or the week before that we did the state machine. But we did do state machine already. Yep. This is basically the state machine. What we're working on right now is the waiting for order part. So this one right here. And we need to figure out a way to show the customer what their actual order is. So we already have we already found a way to make the order. We already have a way for them to want the order, and we already have a way to validate if the order is correct or not. We just need a way to figure out how to show, hey, this is the order, instead of doing it through console. So either the customer menu can look like, and I like how I can just copy and paste a bunch. So it'll either look a little something like this, and let me go ahead and subtract a little bit, as again, it's 22, so it's a lot. And I think this will probably explain what it would look like for a lot of them. Oops, undo that. And copy all of them. It would either look like something like this, maybe, for our side menu, which I think is definitely a lot, right? So it would either be something like that, or it would be something like, let me go ahead and do that, and maybe we can even make it by 3, so it would be a little more like this, maybe, or we could do by 2, it would depend, but maybe something like this. There'd be less orders, or would it be more orders? But it could be something like this. And I'm wondering, which one do you think is a little bit more clear? This one serves more, but is it smaller? If I'm zoomed out like this, can you see it a little bit better? I feel like, I don't know. I do like both, but I'm not sure if both would be, which one would be better. We could always try one and then see. But right now I'm thinking, not quite too sure. Let me get some lemonade. And for now, what can we do? For now, let's do this one. Oops. This one, just because of the design bar we have already. But I'm curious to see about this one. Let me go ahead and... lemonade. So with all of that done and said, well, I do like this one. But this one would be a lot harder to implement. The good news is that they have the same data, so it would just be about arranging them. So for right now, you could try making the left one and have a little paper sprite behind it so it looks like a ticket. Ooh, that'd be cute. It would be. I do like that idea. My only concern is going to be how legible it is from farther away on the screen, but I do like the ticket idea. It's a cute little ticket. Let's try to create this design. So we need to have the customer order number, we need to have the order status, and we need to have the bar, the progress bar. Which shouldn't be too hard, thankfully, I say, as then we spend the next few hours trying to figure it out. But I say it shouldn't be too hard, quote unquote, because, as I said before, we already have that here-ish. You can kind of see 1, 2, 3, except there's a delete button here. There is the name, and the name, thankfully, is the order already. Let's see, you also did find the name of the filter you were talking about. It's 2 messages above. Oh, did I miss it? Hold on. Oh, no, I don't see it at all. Like randomizing. No, I just don't see it. I'll say it when I do. You could try making a left one. It just didn't appear. Oh, that's not good if I can't see everything, but no, I don't see it. Like randomizing. Hi, Asmodeus the Dev. Welcome to stream. But no, I still don't see it. Can you send it again? Would you mind? So with all of that said, let's do this. YouTube's messing you up, but it's a Voronoi. Hold on. Voronoi. Ah, type of tessellation pattern. Oh, no, I don't think that's it. Voronoi? I'm getting tessellation. I remember doing tessellations back in math class. That was awful. So maybe that is it. But for right now, thankfully, how it stands is that the customers, and I can go ahead and, oops, I didn't even have that hidden. That's fine. If I close this and then I reopen it here, you can see it's a bunch of funny triangles. Oh, so that is it. Oh boy. Yeah, I see. I'll look into it then. It definitely would take some reading. I feel like it's an algorithm that we would have to figure out. But in here, you can see at the moment, whenever I spawn a customer, it already has the number. So thankfully, we already should have it set. And then this has their, I think, status, or no, it has their seat number at the moment. But every time I spawn a customer, their number's already here. even if all of them leave, if I do this, right now I think the highest number was 6, and it's now 5, but they can also leave, and it still says the number. So I think that works, having the number of the character. And how's Godot for you? You've been trying to use it, and it's sort of doing what you want. I love Godot. This is only my second game, but I'm having fun with it. Then again, I haven't tried making other games and other game engines. The other engine I've used is Visual Studio. So you can imagine how that went. But so far, so good. I am enjoying Godot. This will be my second game. The first one went well, and it's been updated to Godot 4 since then. So I'm excited to see about adding other stuff. All right, the customer's name is basically their number. This is null. This null part here, where are we at, is the seat name. And instead of null, I'll just have seat num. And I'll also add on screen here to make it a little bit easier to see what we're trying to implement. If we go into here, I'll go ahead and save this as file save as. Place, yep. And then if I move this on here, should make it a little bit easier to try to figure out what's going on if I drag this guy here. So this is what we're trying to create currently. We have the customer number, which is already data we already have. We have the seat number, which we don't have. And then so that's the status. And then this delete button here won't be the delete button, it'll be the timer. So we can go ahead and, in that case, say, if I go back in here, as this is in managers, I'm trying to my best to figure out how to sort things, but this is back in customer managers. So instead of customer options container, we'll just copy these two, copy paste. Oh, will you let me copy paste or move/duplicate to? And this will be under cafe, managers, and it'll be copy. Following folders conflict. I see. Overwrite or renamed. Overwrite them or rename them. Keep both. There we go. So instead of calling it customer's options container, we can call this customer order. We can call this customer order tab. Customer tab. Customer status tab. How about that? Customer status. It's status. Customer status tab. I think that's a little bit better. You've been trying to make a stealth game similar to Dishonored, if you know the game. I've heard the name before, but I haven't played it before. But Dishonored sounds familiar. At the very least, it does. How's that working out? Has it been fun or a little frustrating? I assume it would also take into account if you've used the game before or engine before. But so far, so good. I've been having fun. So instead of options container, it is now the status tab, like that. And we can go ahead and open this scene as well. And instead of options container, it is status tab because it shows our current status. So status tab. And then doing that, we can also go ahead and disconnect the script, reconnect the script. So attach script, and it is going to be, we can just do this. Take the script that we have currently and do this. And right now, currently, it has a current customer and a current seat. So it tells us a seat. We don't need to know the seat number anymore. That's not important. Let's see. Your game looks really cute. You love the pixel art. Thank you, thank you. I give it my best shot, but I'm glad you like it. That's always the hope, is making sure it looks nice, making sure it feels nice, and making sure it's overall very nice. I'm glad to hear it. Okay. So we have the customer name, which really, it's not the name anymore. It's more so customer number. But name's fine. It makes sense. It's the customer's name, quote unquote. We have the seat number, and these are separators just to make them look nicer. We have the seat name. We don't need seat name anymore. What this is going to be, what is it? It is the status. And do we call it that in the customer thing? Progress. But instead of status tab, we need to call it the progress tab, as we want to keep names similar. Instead of status, it'll be the progress tab. Progress. Progress. Too many E's. It'll be the customer progress tab. And then go ahead and rename. Redo this. Do all of that. Okay. And then we can go ahead and also rename this as well, as this will be the progress. It shows us what the customer is currently doing. And then we can go ahead, disconnect the script again, reconnect the script again to here. And now this is our, not status, our progress. This is also our progress. Progress. There we go. I'm here now. You just wanted to say start running. What do you mean? I'm a little confused about that one, but welcome the one white bean. Welcome back to stream. And we no longer need a delete button. What we need here is the timer. We'll go ahead and add a, what is it? Bar, I believe? It's something. It's either a progress bar or some sort of something. We'll see. Yeah, the progress bar is right now a bar, but I know there's a way to turn it into a circle. Let me see. Godot circle progress bar. Let me see if I can figure it out. Are you deeming spooky because it's a spooky month? Is that what that is? Circular timer? Let's see. Texture progress node? Okay. I think it's called a texture progress node. So texture progress bar here, this guy here. Go ahead and put this in here. Get rid of you, yup. For now, we'll put you in here. So texture. Oh, this might be a little bit tricky trying to figure out. Let's see. Spooky month is coming to a close. Yeah, unfortunately. I already did my whole spooky streams yesterday and the day before yesterday. So we're back to the regularly scheduled schedule. Unfortunately. I'm just wondering about clockwise. Is that it? Minimum value. Let's just say it's 100 for right now. I'm just trying to figure out where do we see it at? Does it need to say, and this is why I'm always not at all happy about doing UI, but gotta do some to figure out the rest. I'm trying to figure this out, and it's a thing. Let's see if we can Google it. How to make a circular progress bar. Wonderful. Let's see. Gotta love tutorials. They're always wonderful. Well, this is what I'm looking for. Nope, not at all what I'm looking for. Okay, let's try this one. How about this one? Let's Godot 3. Godot 4. You gotta be specific now. Godot 3 was here for the longest time, and now it's Godot 4. Just nice and neat. Set the initial angle to something. Oh, is that it? Let's give that a go. Initial angle to this. Ooh. I'm thinking maybe it's minimum. No, layout here. Custom minimum size. I'm thinking maybe this has to be, for example, maybe 10 by 10 to fill up space. Okay, I'm a little onto something. Let's try 30. But I can't see anything. Is it because it's in a container? And hi, Lewis. Welcome back. Believe you've been here before. Maybe that'll show something. No, it is 30 by 30 right now. So I'm hoping that can help it. Minimum value? No. Is it because it's in its bar thing? It's tricky. Okay, let's see. I see. Okay, so how? It would be very tricky to do. I mean, not very tricky, but it's a thing, so to speak. And my goal was to have everything have a pixel art texture. Well, circles are kind of tricky. I mean, tricky overall. UI in Godot always confuses you. Yeah, it always confuses me as well. Let's see. It's the pain. Let's see. Texture progress is now texture progress bar. Might just have to see about the tutorial, but the question is the radial progress indicator. Sometimes I'm seeing these other things. And yeah, circular progress bar would be nice. Maybe we just go with the progress bar for now to help with them stuff, and maybe we can go the circle route later. So for example, instead what we can have in this progress tab is the name, the progress, and the progress will be an icon, but for right now we'll just keep it as this thing, and then oh, is it spelt? This is a box, right? Yes. And we need an HBox container. That's what this guy is. And then what we can do is put all of these guys in an HBox container. And then what we can do is take a progress bar, like this guy right here, and we put it above them. It should work. Above them. And actually, can I just copy your bar for a second, customer? If I just copy and I go ahead and just just do a good old classic paste in here. Does that work? And get rid of you. We have this patience bar. The question now becomes oh, I know why. This needs to be a vertical box, a V box. So I changed the type to a box, and a V box goes up and down. Like that. That's how we do it. And hopefully the idea is that for right now, at least, the left and right, we can kind of change it later. This needs to be in the center. If we can figure out how to center it like that, that works a little bit. Hi, Art Guru. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome indeed. So for right now, we have the name, we have the progress. And that works for the moment. If we go back up into here, we don't really need to know about the seat. Seat's nice information. So for right now, we'll have the seat kept as information, as that could be useful. Working with custom 3D models confused you in Godot, but you're slowly learning. You got a Maximo mannequin into it. Ooh, I've never heard of a Mixamo mannequin, but I've heard mannequins. But congratulations, it's always fun to, it's always a nice feat to do something you weren't able to do before. It's always nice. So you're still confused. Twitch is showing you one screen and YouTube is showing you another one. Which one is real? Oh, that's not good. Let me double check. It should show the same, hopefully. I'm still trying to figure this out and make sure everything's working. I'll definitely check after stream. It looks good on my part, but I know sometimes when you close the stream, it looks completely different. So right now, I think it's nice to keep the seat name and everything just in case. But right now, it's func that has set customer. So this is when it gets the new customer. This is setting the bar itself. The customer.customer is new customer. Customer.text, customer.name. Right now, it seems to be the customer's name. So if we go back into here, this is a lot of old code I'm having to re-remember. But in the cafe, which is this guy right here, our customer manager, this is the guy that's responsible for spawning all of our customers. So right here, it says on spawn button pressed, this is when the customer's getting spawned. And right now, we don't need the number of the customer. That's what this is doing. So right now, currently, and I'll show you really quickly. Right now, when a customer is spawned, if I click this button, oh, hold on, my computer's dying. Godot does have a tendency for my computer at least to freeze. If it's freezing, give it a second. And when it freezes, I like to take a classic water break. If it's not freezing, it's closing. It doesn't on and off streams, it's something else. And you're back, my stream broke on your end. Oh no, that's not good. I've been trying to get it fixed, but it doesn't like working from time to time. I'm glad to hear you're back, despite the technical difficulties. And since Godot has decided it does not, oh, no, there we go, hold on. Wonderful, we're alive again. It's up and running, okay. Okay, so what is it saying now? Something, trying to assign value of customer type. It said it ended for whatever reason. I did it again? Really? Hold on. Let me try to refresh. That is unfortunate. It seemed to be going well yesterday. Yesterday was fine. Today not so much. It's on and off, unfortunately. But thank you for coming back. Cause yeah, it's finicky. It seems to be only YouTube that's been recently having these problems. All right. So if we go back into here, when I click, oh, clicking spawn didn't work. So let me go ahead and remove this guy. And Godot crashed. See, I told you, it was gonna crash eventually. In the game, will you be able to expand the cafe? Not at the moment, no. Maybe in the future, but currently, the goal is to get the game completed by the end of the year. So I want to start off small, but if it is completed, I'd love to add updates and extra additional things. Yeah, I want to make sure I keep my scope small so I can finish it. But once it's finished, I'd love to add additional updates. All right, so Godot closed. Let me reopen it. And I don't know why, it has a habit of crashing. But we'll just reopen it. It should be good to go in that sense. So give it a second to reload, take a good old classic water break, and Godot is having even more problems. It's saying it's already open. Interesting. I don't like your games. Let me go into my task manager. Yeah, scope creep always gets you. That's why you have a huge project graveyard. Yeah, I have a few projects I want to get to, but at the moment, I'm trying to make sure I put all my focus into Godot. And Godot is having issues with me opening it. Let me see if I end the task on the computer itself. Will Steam let me open Godot then? Let's see. Okay, Godot's reopening. Lovely. All right, so since it's reopened, let me bring you back into the Godot screen. Here it is. Give it a second. It has its own problems, its own monsters. Right now, the issue, or at least the cafe seems to be having, back in our customer manager is you use the Steam launcher for Godot. There's another one? Maybe that's why my Godot is so wonky. Maybe because I'm using it through Steam. That's interesting. I should give it a try, downloading it from its official launcher. Sounds nice. So let's see. If I run it currently, it's giving us an error. I couldn't see that error, so let me do it again. There we go. Trying to assign value of type customer options container to a variable of type customer progress tab. I see. So right now, we're having an issue down here where it's taking customer progress container. We need customer options container. Let's see. If I do this, does this help? As it's saying, it's taking from the progress tab. So if I do this, and our options container, right now our options container is customer status. Ooh, I see. Let's make sure we have you as our options container script, as this guy is the guy we should have at the moment. All right, game. You happy now? Are you good? So if I spawn, what are we unhappy with now? We're still having issues with customer progress tab. Okay. A little tricky, but I'm sure we can figure it out. You just launch it using the... Yeah, I figured if it... I thought it was only available on Steam, but that's interesting. That's nice to hear. So customers options container, customers options container instantiate, customers options container, customers options container, customers options container, save, customer options container. That is not customers options container. This is customers progress tab. Ooh, I see your funny words. Silly. You're supposed to be customer progress tab, right? And the options container is supposed to be the options container. I don't know where you got that confused, but you're supposed to be options container. And I don't want to overwrite it, as if I do need it later on, I do want to have it available. That's why I'm still keeping it here. All right. So now with that said, if I spawn, wonderful. Okay. That's all I wanted to check. As right now, the customer has C hashtagged in the number. So to get rid of that, it's very nice and simple. We just have to go into here, into our state machine, not state machine, oops, in our cafe, in our customer manager. When the customer is being created, we just remove this code. All we have to do is do new customer name, C hashtag, and it would be this. And if we do that, now when we spawn our customer, the customer's number should just simply be a number. Fingers crossed. That is all there is to fixing it. What is that small thing in the bottom that says spawn customer in green? That's code to help me see what's going on. I'll show you in a second. Spawn, yeah. See how it says 0? But if I do this, you should be able to see if I go here, here, there we go. Kind of down here, it helps me keep track of what's going on with customers and making sure I can understand what's being done. So it's a way to see the status of things and make sure I can understand what's going on behind the scenes, since I can't see it on the screen. So it's just a lot of printing to the console to see, all right, what's going on? You can see ready to order and go up to them. Customer orders taken. It shows the customer order that we have currently, and that's the order that's going to be popping up on screen. And after the order is getting waited on, now we serve the customer. So now they're eating. So it just serves a way for me to tell what's going on, since I can't see it through UI quite yet. And oh yeah, that's cool. It's a fun idea to help debug and stuff. Yeah. That's what I like the color. I'm a very visual person. You can do it with blank color like I have for the flavor combo, but I did it in color to add a little bit of spice and fun to debugging. So the hope is that printing this to console helps me see where things go wrong. For example, if the ready is not printing, I know something's wrong in the code. So I have a lot of prints here that show me what's going on in the programming. Alrighty, so with all of that said, now that we have the number working, next up we need the bar, and the customer currently has a patience bar. That's what's being set up and everything, and I think if we go into here, this is the customer code itself, they have a patience bar. Yep, patience timer. So that means we need to figure out a way to transfer this information to the customer progress tab. And how do we do that is the question. We need a way to assign its values, but the issue is if we just do 1-to-1, I don't think that's gonna work quite well. We'll see, because if I do, what do I wanna do? Currently at the moment, the thing is that this customer options container, this guy right here gets spawned, and there's no updating, or is there updating? Well, let's see. As when I seat the customer, the labels change. Set seat, on set seat set, does all of this stuff. So I'm wondering, We have to find a way to continuously update the status and everything. As when the customer is doing stuff and things, if I reopen it, you can see the seat gets set. So that's maybe why. The seat number is seat num, then the seat gets set, and set is seat. Seat, set, seat. Okay, so in that case, we need a way for the progress bar to show up. The progress bar is already on the customer, but we need it to show up here. And they're two separate things, so it's a little bit like, can't you use a set get function? And I'm thinking that the thing is it going to, does it have to run every second to update? Oop, Godot closed again. I'm telling you, that happens very often. So I'll go back into concepts. And I'll go ahead and open up Godot again. And since Godot closed, I take my classic water break. A way to be productive. While productive does not want to be with me. But I'm thinking set get. The thing is, if we go into Godot, as it's reopened again, you can see here in the customer, at least, and they're down here, the progress bar is already getting updated every tick. So the thing is, it's like, does it have to get updated? And that's as well. I guess you just have to check the number, right? A set get only updates, yeah, when the set get function is run, kind of like a signal. Yeah, so is it constantly sending out signals? I feel like, especially because there's 22 customers, if that was constantly updating, that'd be a lot of progress power, right? Or am I just overthinking it? I could be overthinking it, but I'm thinking that might be a lot. However, I'm thinking what we can do instead of a set get is in our customer, what we can just have is a way to check the, what is it called? The patient's current value or timer, or yeah, progress timer value. We can set this timer value to whatever, if it is gonna crash again. I feel a crash coming on. Oh boy. You would get 22 ints every frame, and that doesn't seem like a lot. True, that is also very true. I'm just thinking we do a 1-to-1. So every time the game's updating, we just take the value of the customer's timer, internal timer, and that's how we can do it instead of making a timer outside. Oh, look, it didn't crash. Wonderful. Okay, so we take this progress timer value here, and then we can go ahead and say in our customer progress tab, for example, maybe, we take that current patience bar, and we can go ahead and drag that guy over here. Yoink him here so we can talk about him. And when the customer is set, we need a func for progress, is it? For updating, right? So much big coding lingo. Scripting has never been your strong suit. I love scripting. This is scripting, right? But my goal as well in doing these is, especially for people who don't do coding, is hopefully being able to explain things in a clearer way to help. As if I can explain it easily to someone who can't code, then it should be a better reflection on my ability to understand what's going on with my code. So if you do have questions, I'm all here for them. But yeah, it is a lot of code. It didn't start like this. It was a matter of building up pieces bit by bit, starting with small concepts like this bar and kind of taking chunks together and building on top of it. We're kind of just connecting things like Legos. For example, here, what we need to do is update this timer, and I forget the function we have to use it then. If we go back into our customer, a university in your area has a whole game dev lab and program. That sounds neat. I did go to university for a bit for game dev, but I dropped out because it just wasn't my cup of tea. I wasn't learning engines, I was learning Visual Studio. And this game currently is a reprise of my final exam game that I had to make. So it's just come full circle at this point. So back in customer, I'm wondering, is it on ready? Process. It's in the process function. The process updates every time. So under here in our customer's progress tab, func_process, what we can try to do is say that the bar, our patience bar dot value equals whatever this value is, and we should be good to go. And this progress timer value should just be customer dot, right? Customer dot progress timer value. Now the question is, dictionary value of timer cannot be assigned. So we need to do patience bar dot value, I think. So we're just copying and pasting the value from one thing to the other. Value, like that. You wish Brazil had some sort of game dev college? Truthfully, I have learned a lot more just YouTube YouTube and online stuff than going to a college. I'd say start there. It's definitely also a little bit nicer, I'd say, as well. As, yeah, the idea of going in person to a place where people make games, that's always what really I've always wanted to do. But since I couldn't do it, I'm doing it here on YouTube, where I come with people who want to make games, and we talk about games and program games, and this is fun. Hi, Cooks Technobite. I believe I've seen that name before. Welcome, welcome. The problem, you're pretty sure game developer schools are more for readying you for working AAA studio? Yep, that's exactly it. They set you to work for AAA, so it's not really. If you want to be an indie dev, you probably shouldn't go. If you want to work for places like Riot or Blizzard, you should go, as you also need the degree and all of those things in mind when applying for those jobs, but because I had no interest in doing that, it wasn't really suited for me. That is really true though, yep. The university students get immediately recruited. Yep. If you want to go to a big AAA corporation, then university is definitely the thing, especially because you have to have a degree. But if you're like me, you want to make smaller indie games or work with indie teams, that might not be suited for you, especially as well. University, you know, it'll put a hole in your pocket. Okay, so with all of that said, let's go ahead and reassign this cafe guy here who's making the customer progress or options container, and make it instead make a customer progress tab. And I'll go ahead and first save it so I don't forget it. As another thing I learned is about, well, I did get taught this, but I couldn't figure out how to do it on my own. But I use GitHub to keep saves of my game, as I've done it before making a game and it getting corrupted, and it did not go well for me. So let me go ahead and save what we have before we reprise our code. Let's see. So are you trying to get the progress bar to read the value from the timer? Yep. Currently at the moment, and I can go ahead and show you on here as well. Currently, we have the timer and the bar all working. You can see here, this bar here, but I want this bar to be here, where the customer and all the information is at. So the goal is to copy this information from here into here is where we want to go. GitHub confuses you. You really hope nothing happens to your games? Yeah, it's the only thing I could figure out to do. So far, it's been working for me, thankfully. I'm gonna go ahead and save these changes, and then we're gonna try to copy that bar value to where the customer value is, and their bar. And that's the goal, to have that little bar on top. So I'm syncing the changes, copying the changes, saving everything so we can messy up the code without worrying about it not crashing anymore. So for example, this options container will now be customer progress tab, and that gets replaced. Oh, replace all? There we go. That gets replaced. And that is also now customer progress tab. Then we go down here, new customer progress tab. This is now customer progress tab. So go ahead and do this, progress tab. And it is customer progress tab instantiate. And that should be good to go. We should swap them. GitHub scary. Yeah. You still use Google Drive for saving your files. Have you, or any of you tried, what is it? What is this? GitGraph. I definitely do want to make a video going over what programs I use and everything for making the games and saving all of those. As I think it definitely would be nice as a home start. So hold on. Are you going to keep the bar above the NPCs and have both? I think I'm going to remove the bar and I'll show you. Well, if I changed it correctly, the bar shouldn't be here anymore, but having the bar above the NPCs makes it very cluttered when all the NPCs are spawned. So hopefully we can move it a little bit. You think both might be good, but also cluttered? I'm thinking it's going to be cluttered, but if I did do the changes correctly, let's see if it works. I'm not too sure if it will, but let's see. So if I spawn, nope, it died. Hold on. It's because we changed the container. Oh, isn't that fun? This little number right here, not number, but letter, the type of container is wrong. So I have to make this V because of the V box container. H box is horizontal, V is vertical. So now if I do that, I change the type. Spawn? Okay, what's wrong now? And valid argument, gotcha. So now why it's crashing is because I moved, if I go back into here, they're now in this container. So this is kind of wrong at the moment. So I should be able to do, if I make them unique name, shouldn't matter where they are. So if I do all of that, oops, you don't need to be a unique name. These two just need to be a unique name. So I go ahead and I make those unique. And we have our customer name that is currently correct. We have seat name. We don't have a seat name anymore. That's not needed. Our set seat is also not needed. So we'll go ahead and pass. Or no, we can still do that. Seat equals that. Do that. We only need that. Let's see. Does this work now? Does this help a little bit? And our patience bar is currently... If I do this as... We have the progress bar. The progress bar doesn't need to be in here. No. This isn't a bar. It's the actual bit, isn't it? It's not progress bar that we have. It's now... Hold on. Our progress is our status. Our progress status. The name might need to be changed a little bit. Let's see. What we're doing, why is there a percent sign next to those notes? The cool part about, accessing as a unique name, as it says right here. Oh, you can't see it, but this access as unique name means that even if I put it here, as long as it says progress, it'll understand it. It's the cool part about the unique name. As usually, when you do add it to parts of Godot, like here, or it might not do it now, but if I do this vSeparator, because it's under HBox container, then it says vSeparator. But if I do access as unique name, like this, and I drag it in, then there's no need to do under HBox because it just says vSeparator. So it doesn't matter what container it's in, as long as it's that name, its unique name, it gets access as its unique name. Let me undo all of these. The issue we're running into right now is that we have the patience bar and we have the progress bar. So let me go ahead and undo you guys here. Let me make sure it's saying the right things. We have the progress, which is here, and we have the patience bar, we have the customer name. Those are all things we need. So we have the customer name, we have the patience bar, and we need the progress. So I can go ahead and grab this progress, and I've been trying to get into a habit of making it unique, but it doesn't go as well sometimes. And I'll go ahead and drag this guy here. So this is the progress. Progress, what do we call it here? Yeah, this is the progress tab. And we can set the progress later. Right now, we just want to get things working. So hopefully this should work, and it froze. So let me take a water break while Godot decides if it wants to be friendly or not. Water break time. Okay, but indeed, it's like, I like the progress bar idea, but when you spawn so many of them, they go everywhere. And I can show you, if it'll let me, what you mean. How long have I been streaming game dev? I've been streaming it since the end of August. I've streamed the entirety of this game. I've done some programming of it off stream, but this game has been on and off stream. And okay, I did see that name before. Yeah, most of this game's features have been on stream. So, oh, you are on Twitch as well. If you want to go back on my YouTube, I have a full playlist of previous streams of this. So you can kind of see the start and stop of the whole making it. And don't you need to change the way that the customer name is referenced in the script? Now that's a unique name? Nope. You would just have to change it here, only here, as that's the name. This is what it's being accessed as this stays the same. This does not. Customer is still the customer, and the customer name is just the customer name the customer's text. So that should be fine. So if we do it now that it's not frozen, fingers crossed it now works. Let's see. Spawn. No. Okay. So let's see. String name on base object text. I see. Customer's name still a rich text label. That's correct. Well, maybe. You might have been correct there. So let's see. Node not found. Customer's name is still customer's name is the thing. Customer name.text equals customer name. That seems correct as well. If I do this and I drag them, it's still customer name. That's why I think it's fine. But the customer name.text, that's the rich text, customer.name. But the customer.name node not found. You're confusing me a little bit, Godot. But I'm sure it's something I did. Let's give it another go and see. Yeah, I admit when I'm wrong, and I'm usually wrong. Oh, there we go. It was something to do with the customer's name. And would you look at that? The timer is kind of semi-working. It's interesting, isn't it? But it's working wonderfully. Well, I say wonderfully, but it's working. That's the important part here. Spawning, it has the number and the current progress. That's the important part here. The issue is that it's not the correct size and everything. And Godot decided, nah, not today. I don't want to be here again. So I'll reopen it. And we'll go back into concepts while I reopen it. And yeah, I'll have to look into seeing maybe if I download Godot from the website itself, it might help, as I've only had the problems with it crashing and everything during this year. Last year when I made my first game, I didn't have these problems, but this year all of a sudden, as I'm getting back into game dev, it's not working as well. Godot, your goodness is not Godoing today. It does this every time. It is not a, it happens every time. Every single time. Okay, so in saying all of that, what we need to do is have a func for update. Func for update timer. Something like that. And then we have, right now, how it's working in my customers is that for the seats at least, there is a signal going out saying, hey, this seat needs to be sat on. And in the state machine, this guy here, it checks the customer to see if it's the correct customer. Only that customer should get that signal. There's most likely a better way to do this. Not most likely. There certainly is. This is my current way at the moment. So I want to make a function that says, all right, so this customer, as the signal gets sent out to everyone. So that's why we check it. Every time a customer wants to do something, the signal needs to make sure, are you supposed to be doing this thing? Or is another customer supposed to be doing it? So what we can do here in our customer progress tab is update timer. And this is the customer, we can just say customer really. Well, no, because we have a current customer. So this would be like the customer to be updated. We could call it that, customer to be updated. And then it is part customer, which is that guy there, and it voids. So then what we can do is, did I do that right? It looks like I did that right. Okay, so if customer to be updated is the customer, which is this guy here, if it is the, if customer is equal to the customer that this timer is trying to reference, as when the signal gets sent, it sends it to everyone. So we have to make sure it's the right one. And then we'll pass here for now. So next up, what we have to do is go back into customer and see how we're updating that progress bar. For example, down here, we update it. So in their process, a patience bar and our value, all of those things get changed. For example, the bar value equals whatever time is left. I think, maybe this is where we have to update it to. This max value set timer, I say. This is probably where we'll have to do it then. When the timer gets set, we have to update it, and when the timer does all of those things, we kind of have to tweak the timer a little bit to see if we can get it working. As yeah, that not too good at the moment. As this patience bar, max value, and dot wait time needs to be whatever this is set as. So let's see, So when this timer is set, because right now, I do want to leave the option open for a timer to be set. This is kind of right now an invisible timer. It doesn't need to have it on here. But for right now, we'll keep it on here. We'll have this as that. And then, yeah, patience bar, timer. The issue is right now that the max timer, max value, all of those things need to be set. So I'm wondering, how exactly can we do that? And I'm thinking what we can do is, right now I have a script called utility. And this is where I keep all of my signals. I could probably separate them a little bit, but right now, this is my cafe signals, this is my customer seating signals. All of these signals get sent out everywhere. It's like a little mind, a network. So I can put on here and I guess I'll do, these are all customer related. Let's just make another section for customer progress status. What do we call it? Progress. And then we'll have on here the timer. So we can do signal, signal, and we'll call this signal update customer timer, like that. Yeah, update customer timer, and I think we need also one that says set customer timer. But we need an update customer timer. Do we? I'm thinking. We're gonna need a way to set the timer's max value, current value. Let's start there. I think that's a little bit easier. So in saying that, we need to have the timer to update customer progress bar. There we go. Like that instead. And then we have in here a progress bar. And then we have the progress, or what would it be? Bar. Progress bar. There we go. Progress bar called progress bar. So then what happens is, if we go back into our customer, our customer door, or hold on, where are we? Here, this guy right here. So in our set timer, what happens then is we will send out a update. And we can even do it here. Let's do it here. So the signal will be sent out from utility dot update customer progress bar, and we send in self and we send in self, and we also need to send in the progress bar, or the patience bar is what we're calling it, patience bar. So we have to go back into utility, and we also need the customer to update bar, and then we'll call it the customer. There we go. That should be clear. So we need to figure out which customer and which bar. But I mean, as well, it's the thing. The progress bar will be sent in the customer. So we don't even need that. We just need the customer itself. So in that case, don't even need any of that. So we go back into customer and we just send ourselves. And that should be good. Utility.customer progress bar dot emit, because it is a signal. And with all of that said, we copy this guy, we go back into our progress bar tab, and now in our func ready, which we don't have, so we need a ready function to say, okay, when it starts. So func ready, and on func ready, we need to connect the signal to our function of updating the timer. So we need to do utility.connect, and then we do update timer, this guy right here. And now that it's connected, it'll run this function every time that signal is emitted, which means that if customer is the customer, then what we can do is do customer, it froze, so water break time, but we'll be able to do customer.progress bar, all those values and everything can then get changed when it's updated. Okay. So far, so good, but I mean, it'll have already been almost 2 hours, which is surprising. I definitely always try to get a little bit of something carried away and something done, but since it's, oh, there we go. It's no longer frozen. I was about to complain some more, Godot. You saved yourself. So if customer is the customer that we're looking for, then their customer.progress or patience bar equals our progress bar, or our patience bar. That's all we have to do. So this should hopefully work now. I'm wondering, because I remember being told about referencing and duplicates. I'm wondering if this will work? We'll see. So if I click play, what happens? I'm so curious. We'll go ahead and open up the game. And now if we spawn, interesting. They no longer have a progress bar. And the progress bar no longer moves. We broke it. That's basically what this is saying. We broke it. Oh boy. Isn't that always fun? I don't even know how, but we broke it. Okay. So if customer to be updated equals customer.patience bar. Okay. So instead, let's see. Maybe if we do the max value and the wait time and set those, maybe that'll work instead. So instead, we do customer to do like this. Customer.patience bar, patience max timer. Oh, I see. We did it the wrong way around. That's why it's not working. What we have to do is move this guy to equal that guy. Otherwise, we're setting it to an empty value. Okay. Did that fix it? Is that what it was? Fingers crossed it is. I spawn? Okay. It's no longer broken. That's good news. Bad news is this guy's still not good to go. Okay. In that case, oh, Godot closed as well. Are you seeing a pattern here? All right. I'll go back into concepts and we'll give another go, give another try and see if we can get this working again. I'll go ahead, open up Godot again. While I'm waiting, get some water. Maybe a little bit of lemonade this time. I would have had coffee, but my coffee machine needs to be cleaned. So for now, this is a coffeeless Yeah, this is a coffeeless stream. I don't want you to stay hydrated, apparently. You know, it's just, I guess it cares a little bit too much, one might say. Okay, so what is our problem currently? The good news is the bar is working again. That is the great news here. I'll go ahead and reopen, hopefully, this guy back on screen. There we go. Okay. When we spawn, this is working, this is not working. Why? That is the question to be asked, and we shall see. Let's see. On delete button press, we don't need any of that. Our update timer. So every time the customer's timer gets updated, it's updating. So I'm wondering, do we just get rid of this? As the timer should be 1 to 1, hopefully. No, I think it is. I think I know. If we go back into here and we go into our customer, this is all good and dandy, and it gets started and all of those things. When we go into update progress, this is where if current progress equals new progress, but then we do current progress timer value has new, then we set the timer. Otherwise we start and stop. Here it gets set, and here it gets started and stopped. So we're probably going to have to print values to see what's going on. That's always the way to do it, is to print. And since printing is always good to go, let's go ahead and try to do that then. So we'll go ahead to do, if we go back into our customer and everything, we'll go ahead and do on func ready. We'll go ahead and run this once to hopefully update it, and we'll set it with our customer that we get given in the beginning. The timer can be updated. Then the question is, now we have to start the timer, and I'm just wondering, this mirror that we have going on, I don't like one bit. I want to be able to reference, and I'm wondering, referencing, how do you reference? If I go Godot, how to reference, if I go back into here in this browser, Godot, how to reference. Reference another node. How do we do that? Best way to reference a node? Referencing is just saying, look at this for this. Anytime this. I want to pair them together. Okay. Got the best way. Access is unique. Where's it recently? Okay. So what I'm wondering is, and what I'm hoping I could just do, is instead do on ready. Instead of update timer, what we can just say is patience bar equals customer dot patience bar. Ideally, that's what I'd like to happen. That way we don't have to set anything, we don't have to do anything else. And I want to see if that works. See if that's at all helpful in getting what we want. You're pretty sure you found a script a while ago that finds a node from your whole node tree? They would need to find it again? The issue is it's like, this is its own thing, and customer is its own thing. This is a tree. These are two different trees. This is its own tree, and this is its own tree. They're trying to communicate back and forth, and I don't want to copy data between the two. I want them to share some data. That's what I'm hoping this does. So let's go ahead and see if this works. If I go ahead and set like this, yeah, there's two different trees trying to communicate right now, and I want them to not make two different timers. I would like it if it was just a more so, hey, look at this timer for information, instead of take this information and do your own things with it. As I want the customer to handle themselves, and I want this tab to just tell you stuff. I don't want the tab to start stuff, end stuff. I just want it to explain things. And can't you use some sort of global autoload singleton then? Every customer would have to be a global autoload or singleton then, as that's what the utility is. That's what the signal. Utility is a autoload. And that's what I'm thinking. Do we have to use signals to tell them and then get them to communicate? Or can we just reference within them? And that's what I'm wondering. Okay. Invalid access to key patience bar on base patience. Okay. So in that case, as I'm getting a crash here, I'm realizing what we need to do is not do it in ready function. We need to do it in the set customer function. We'll do it here. Does that take care of the crashing? Because right now it's saying, hey, we're empty. How do you expect us to do things when we're not ready to do things quite yet? If I do spawn, okay. So next up, the thing to do would be to print. So I'll go ahead and do. We'll have to do some printing. Oh, this as well. This wouldn't need to be here if it is doing one-to-one. Let's just make sure that's not an issue. Okay, so it's not an issue. Next up is figuring out the things. So if I go ahead and do bunk and process, I'll go ahead and have the print. We'll have it print out the value, and that'll just be patience bar dot value, and then it also has to be printed as a string, as this is an int, and Godot doesn't like doing ints as strings, so it'll be like this. So we have the value printed out, we have the, what else do we need? The max. I think the max gets set. The max value. I think that's all we need. And currently, I'm assuming the max is going to be 100 and that the value is going to be 0. That is my guess for what shall happen when I click the things. So let's see if it does. So when I spawn, we get, okay, so it starts at 10, it seems. 10 out of 10, which makes sense. That is what's supposed to happen. The max value is 10 and it goes down. My question then becomes, if I scroll down here, right, the value then becomes 1, the max is 10. So why is it not visibly showing up on the progress bar? As these values are correct, they're just not showing properly. It's a little tricky, but I'm glad it's doing one-to-one and updating, it seems like. That's good news. The question then becomes, why no do? As simple as a question. Let's see. If the problem is that you need to communicate between two trees and both trees coexist simultaneously, I could? No, I couldn't. Because the thing is, and I'll show you, hold on. It froze. So water break time, but I'll show you why. Right now, the progress tab knows about the customer. That's why, and I can't even point to it. But right now, the customer progress bar points to a customer. But the customer, okay, I'm just seeing if I try and explain it as best I can. Right now, the customer progress tab needs a customer. That's why customer's in the name. But the customer itself doesn't need the progress tab. The customer should be able to function without the progress tab. But the customer progress tab should always need a customer. So because one needs one and one doesn't need the other, they're supposed to work independently, is the hope, and it's still a little bit frozen. But because the customer progress tab needs the, and that's what I'm thinking. Because the customer themselves has a progress bar, I'm thinking we don't have to send it that information to the current progress bar that it has. But because we're also kind of copying and pasting that information from one to another, the thing of, okay, how deep in the weeds do we need to go? And Godot, if you froze like this, I'm gonna give you a little bit more time, but if not, I'm gonna have to close you and restart you myself. And time has been given up. Okay, so I'll go ahead and close and reopen it. Yeah, I would love to figure out, oh, did it work again? Nope, okay. For a second I thought it decided. Get a little scared, but no. Godot is still acting a little wonky. Okay, so we'll see what we can do, see where we can figure out, and sure we'll figure out something. So we go back into Godot, now that it's loading again. It's being itself for the moment in time being. We are back here on the delete button pressed and everything, so we don't need the progress tab. We need, or no, this is the progress tab. Oh, on delete button pressed. That is important. Is it? No, we don't need this. This is admit, exit target. All that stuff gets done on its own. That is not needed for our progress tab. What I'm wondering is, the value, current value, all of that gets set. So why is this patient bar not yellow? Let's do this. Show percentage. I think that can help a little bit. If we click play, then what do we get when we spawn the customer in? When I spawn, 0. And to just double check as well, let me set the customer's progress, not progress label, patience bar to also show percentage. And then I run it, and oops, hold on. Let me do this. Like that. Okay, now you're working. So you can see 100, 90, 80. This just says 0. And that's a wonderful way to check instead of trying to print it. So right now, this is working. That's not working. And the good news is, I think because maybe it's not starting. It's not starting and stopping when this is starting and stopping. So I'm wondering if we do starting and stopping in the progress tab, is that why? So for example, when we set it, then we do patience bar dot start. Maybe like that. And then, oh, that does not look right. This should be a function, I think. If we go back into our customer and we go into our customer here, where are we at? Yeah, it should be dot start. Okay. So we go ahead and here, we click play. Now if we do the spawn, oh, and I just realized it was over the screen. That's more than okay. We're back where we were, like this. So if I click spawn, nope, never mind. Oh, start. Do patience bar, progress bar. What are you angry about? You gave me this red signal. Okay. So patience bar dot start. There's no dot start. That's odd. It's a progress bar, but it doesn't want me to start it. It's not giving me that function. Okay, hold on. Let's subtract this. And then if we go into progress bar, there should be a function called start, I believe, right? Constant font styles, enums, tools. Interesting. I'm not seeing fill mode, show percentage. In our customer, we have the oh, that's wonderful. I'll give it a second. It just said OBS froze and stopped for a second, unfortunately. Is there a function with this name? You'll have to be a little bit more clear on that one. On what function you mean, Lewis. I know the stream just acted a little funky again. It didn't do this at all yesterday. Did it the day before yesterday, but I'll certainly try to get those working. And Godot was having some problems once more. But if you could explain a little more what you mean with a function with that name, that'd be a little bit helpful. I was trying to start and stop a progress bar, but the issue is that it was its own thing. So all that means and all that goes to say is that what I need to do from here is have, when that start and stop starts, that's when we update it, I'm thinking. Or at least, at the very least, we do the one-to-one updating, possibly. That's what I'm wondering, and I think we'll set the values equal to each other and see how that goes. But since Godot is not working again, oh boy. Maybe it's the computer itself that needs a bit of a refresh, since it's opening and closing so many times. It's really unfortunate. It'll let me reopen Godot. We'll give that a good one. Yeah, it's fortunate to see it opening and closing so many times, especially. But we'll give it a go. It is definitely a growing pain. But Godot's reopening, so we'll see. Okay, so if we go back up here, when we update it, this gets updated automatically, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, kind of off topic, but you can see finally don't look like concrete. Concrete is a very interesting descriptor, but I'm glad you think it's looking better. It's wonderful to hear. Oh man, I'm happy to hear that. Let's see. You're concrete. Okay, so in our progress, our patience bar dot value, patience equals timer left. So I'm gonna do here. Oh, in our process, but I'm wondering, do we just do to update customer progress bar here? Do we do it up here? That's what I'm thinking. As the timer and stuff gets set, we don't need any of that, but we do need the timer to be updated. So let's try going here instead. And then in here, the update is getting updated everything, but we'll see. So func update bar, or update patience, P-A-T-I-E-N-C-E, update patience bar, and then we'll take in the customer to be updated, customer, so something similar to what we did before, void, and then if customer to be updated equal customer, then we set our patience bar equal to the current patience bar, like that. So hopefully that should help. And then we should be good to go in that sense, I think. And then we can go ahead and click play, see if that helps. But, we crash once more, hopefully not. On. Okay. So it's still 0%. Okay. Patience bar dot value, maybe? We can try? Dot value equals customer patience bar dot value. Try that. Did you make this function be listed? I need a little, I'm still not quite understanding what you're saying. Do you mean the signal or the function? And if it is a function, which one? Or do you mean, is there a function for a certain feature? I'm trying. Yeah, the signal, I see. Yeah, it's up in utility. Utility here. And it's a singleton, so it's global. It is update customer progress bar, which just takes in a customer to see if the progress bar needs to be updated. Let's see, I can close this guy here. Your English isn't so good. That's no worries. I know my reading comprehension sometimes isn't the best as well. Okay, so if we update the value, does this help? No, we're still getting 0, interesting enough. And if I go ahead as well and crash, let's start there. Back into concepts we go. Oh boy. Isn't this fun? Godot. Grab some water. See where it takes us. Edit. Go back into Godot. Okay, let's see. I'm thinking, the value isn't working. I want to print the patience bar dot value and see what we get. That is my curiosity at the moment. So I'll go ahead and put this up on screen and then we'll see what we get. So spawn, 0. We're not even getting anything. We're not even getting to here, apparently. The sound hyped up when you said crash and it scooped you. I see. So I can be spooky. I can be horrifying. Downright awful. We're not even getting into this function is the issue we're running into right now. So let me go ahead and say print we're in to see if we're making sure we're even getting into the function. So if I go ahead and do spawn, nope. Update patience bar. Oh, I know why. It's because that only happens upon, I got ya. Hold on. Okay, so I want to see, maybe it prints it, and I'll put this up on here. Maybe it prints we're in when I take them out of line. Interesting. Trying to assign value of customers progress tab. Okay, so I'll go ahead and hide this. We did get something else, surprisingly. As this is the customer's options container, I see. Got ya. Okay, so customer options container. So if wait spot is occupied, seats manager, wait spot. We'll go ahead and duplicate this. Get rid of you. You're no longer the customer's options container. You are now the customer progress container. And we can go ahead and say customer's options dict. It is no longer that. It is now customer progress dict. And then we can go back up here, go up to you, and where are you at? Here. Okay. Oh, I still see red. Hold on. Customer progress here. Like that. Okay. Let's double check. Oh, never mind. There's still a few things that we have named the same. All right. So now, if I spawn, you're at 199, all of those things. So it does not say that we're getting that signal sent. I think that's right now what we're running into the problem of. So if we go back into our customer progress tab, back in here, this isn't getting sent. Right now it's not printing we're in. So what we need to do is go back into customer. And down here, when do we send out that signal? I see. We don't ever set ourselves to send the signal. So how can we expect the signal to be set? Oh no, it doesn't need to be set. It is already a done thing. But this right here, utility update customer progress bar dot admit self, that should work. Let's see what happens when we go through the code and give that a go and see what happens. So I spawn. All right. So where are we going? Take me through the code. So step into. Oh, nope. It just admits and it does not do a thing. Interesting. I guess that's not how signals work. Okay. In that case, let's just go into the customer progress tab itself and wait for it to be sent here. Let's see. Was the function added as a listener for the signal? Yep, it should be. Up here and never mind. That is a really good point. I think I deleted it earlier. Thank you for telling me. As yeah, that no, it was deleted. So thank you. That definitely helps, you know, adding the listener. Funk ready. That's wonderful. I'm so glad you pointed that out. I don't know how long I would have been stuck there. That's what you were trying to. I see. Yeah, that would help adding the utility bit. Customer update customer progress bar dot connect update patience bar. Oh man, isn't that a lovely sight? We need this like that, like that. There we go. All right, customer. What did I do to you back here? Did I do anything down here? I think we're all good to go now. Okay, so it should now print we're in. Hopefully. Now that it's actually connected. We're in. Wonderful. It's doing that at the very least. The question is why it's still not having progress shown. And to answer that, okay. The good news is that the value is being set, but the total, maybe it's the max that we're missing out on. As this should be set and everything, this should work. Really, it should be 1-to-1. We should be able to do this and have it work. I'm wondering why no work? Let's see. Spawn. Yeah, it's just saying 0%. Despite the fact that it is its own thing. It's 20, 10, 0. Okay. So let's go ahead and print down here. Print customer. Well, let's just do this. Customer patience bar dot value. Value. And that should print a number, I believe. And also the max value. And then I just want to see what values we get from these values. Go ahead, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Okay, so that's working and the value's changing. Is the patience bar the progress bar that you want to update? Yep. This patient bar here, if you can see at the bottom, or here, let me better show you. Kind of here, if I go back into concepts. So right now the customer has the bar, but I want to have a bar on the menu itself. So that's what this bar is here on the menu, is that it is the bar at the top. We had an idea of doing 3, but for now we'll do 2 and then the bar at the top. But the issue is that we're not able to get those values from the customer's patience bar that we have currently into the menu part of it. We want to copy and paste those values over. And oh, I can edit that. If you change at the inspector, is it updated at the screen? Oh, that's true. Hold on. That is true as well. Okay. Let me go ahead and do this. And then if we go into, what is it, remote? Here, I think. Hold on. I'm gonna have to make the value longer. And I can do that by going into Necro, I believe, Necromancer profile, and making the line patience high. Now it shouldn't be 10%. It should be something a little bit longer after I spawn. Yep. All right. If we go into here and then we go into remote, the customers should be in the customer manager, and that's the customer's customer list. So we have 0. And then in here in the visuals controllers, we have the VBox, which has the visual customer list. There's our customer progress, which has our patience box. And in that patience box, the minimum value is 0. The maximum value is 100 and the step is 0.01. And in the customer, we open that up and we check their patience bar. The minimum 0, the max is 150. They're definitely different values, which is interesting. Do we have to set the max value to the same, I'm wondering? That is a little unfortunate. I thought setting it 1-to-1 would work, but that's fine. But we need to set the max value. Is that why it's not working quite properly? As this value is getting updated. And round it's on for that one, round it's on for that one as well. We'll show percentage begin to end. Begin to end. The only difference is the max value is different. That's super helpful, thank you. Okay, so with all of that said, then something's definitely wrong here. Something's wrong with that max value. Okay. So then what we can do is let's just copy all the values. Maybe that would be best. Dot max value. And then do dot max value. And then do dot value. Like that. Would that help? And that being updated there. Maybe that's what we need to do. We go ahead and open this guy back up. We spawn. No. Okay. If I go ahead and hide this guy here. Oops. Hide this guy here and go back into our inspection screen. Hi, Taylormai. Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Thank you for the follow. Taylormai. I gave it my best shot. Welcome indeedy though. So let's see. The max value is still not the same. This max value is 100. This max value is, if we go back down, or, Godot could just freeze. In which case, I'll take my water break, since I do that every time it freezes. Okay, how are we looking? We're not looking well. It's still frozen. Here, do you want me to close the game? Is that why you're unhappy? Godot? Nope, still frozen. Okay, might have to close and reopen it again. I'll take a sip of my lemonade, and if it still doesn't want to do the thing, we'll keep it that way. Okay, still didn't update. We reclose. Do it all over again. Close this guy here, reopen Godot. It'll let me close it in the first place. So I am wondering, why isn't the value showing? Is it because the max value is different? That's what I'm a little curious about. I'll go ahead and edit that. Is something wrong with Godot? It wants to get vacation? I don't know. This happens constantly to this Godot. I'm not sure why. It was completely fine. I'm wondering, is it because of the game itself crashing it? I didn't have these problems when I was working on the spellcasting part of the game. Now that I'm working on the cafe, it seems so worsened. I'm not too sure, because when the game gets played on browser, it doesn't crash. So what's the thing of is it Godot itself? I don't know. Okay, so the max value isn't being changed. When I run it, you can see, and I spawn them in the remote, if we check and go all the way down here to our customer manager and everything. And our customer list, our customer visual, our VBox, all of those things. You have to go now. Thank you for coming, Raph. Thank you for joining the stream for as long as you did. Yeah, thank you, indeedy. Happens sometimes when you were in other versions. Yeah, that could be it. Like I said before, last year it wasn't crashing as much as it is this year. It's weird. I guess that's one of the worser things about Godot. I had to choose a negative. But this max value is not being set, which is weird. Max value is 100 still, and the customer's patience bar is it should be 150 is what we should be seeing. You don't think it's a problem? Maybe. Could be, could possibly not be. I know that this didn't happen when I was in Godot 3. Now Godot 4 is giving me a few problems, but this is the latest version I've done it in. Maybe we should spawn the customer and see at the remote if it's really being updated. That's what I just did. I just ran it and it's not being updated. The max value isn't being updated for some reason, which is a little odd. I'm wondering, is it because we're not in this function anymore? Or, yeah, when I run it, the max value of the customer is 150, but the max value of this patience bar is 100. So they're not being 1-to-1, which is a little weird. So I go ahead and spawn, Again, we're not running into this function. The utility update customer progress.connect. That should work. Now go ahead and double check as well. Print. Hello. Hello. How about that? And make sure this is running. And it is. We are running into this signal. So for whatever reason, this customer, it's printing false. I think that's what it is. I don't think we're running into here. So print customer to be updated equals, so it should print true, but maybe it's printing false. It's printing true as well. Okay. Maybe it's because you are updating your progress bar with the customer? I don't know. I'm thinking. Yeah, maybe this patience bar equals, I set the patience bar to customer's patience bar. That should help, but the max is still not being updated, which is weird. 25 isn't to be updated with the customer. This here, you think? But with customer to be updated. Maybe it's because you're updating the progress bar with the customer. You think the line isn't to be updated with the customer, but with customer to be updated. The customer to be updated is the customer. It's just making sure they're the same character. Since it's a signal, it's sending it to every single customer. So it needs to figure out which customer is the right customer. And then after it figures out that that's the right Oh, I get what you're saying. I do this, don't I? Is that what you meant? I think so. I think that's you were trying to say, wasn't it? It took a second, but I think I figured out what you were saying. Hold on. No, I think it was what you were saying, but it's not working. But I do get. I think I understood. So yeah, customer to be updated, not customer. Did I get what you were saying at the very least? That makes sense. But the thing is, if these two are the same, it shouldn't matter who does what. That was my idea behind it being customer. But it seems to not matter which one is which. The issue is that both aren't. The max value of the bars are different. And the question is, how fix? And the answer to that, I'm not too sure. Right now, what needs to be done? Really, I feel like it could be done in ready, can't it? Func ready. Or not func ready. Func update, or how does it do? Progress, process. Because we already have the customer. If they are the same, you don't think it makes sense to update the values with itself? Could you elaborate a little bit on that? It'll help just a smidgen understanding, because I'm thinking, can't we just do this? Since it is the same, it's just updating the patient's bar to be 1-to-1. Maybe it shouldn't even need the change. Though, at the same time, I'm thinking update patient's bar, which should set the max value and set the value. So instead, I'm thinking this gets updated once every time the max value gets changed. And then we just set the value. So for example, back in customer, when we're doing all of this, in our set timer, this is where we update it. Back here, we update it here in our set timer when we change our, wait timer. Wait time also gets updated as well. Interesting. Oh, no, that's the timer. So this is when the bar itself gets updated. And then back in here in our process, our value gets set, depending on whatever process that is. Did that work? Let's see. Only the max value needs to change. And then the value gets changed as well. Otherwise, the max value doesn't change. The issue we're running into is that the max value is staying the same. As when I go in here, you can see in the remote, we go down into our patience bar. Max value is 100. Oops. Max value is 100. And then this customer value, or oops. No, that's right. Customer's patient bar is 150. The question is, why is it 150? And everything else isn't 150. Let's see. Why did I did warn you about rules and he didn't follow the rules. That's why. So if you need a refresher, please read the description of YouTube to hopefully not have the same thing happen again. Okay, so in saying all of that, let's see, patience bar.value. Let's go ahead and modify that. So I'm thinking maybe it has something to do with up here in patience bar and everything. Maybe patience bar has to be updated here for the timer instead of equal equal. Is that what we have to do instead? Back here like that. And then play, we can try again. So spawn. Oh, I fixed it. I did it. I did the thing. I don't know why that works, but it works. Hold on. Oh, let me hide this a little bit. Oh, as soon as I get it working, Godot crashes. It doesn't like to see my success. Hold on. Let me go back into concepts and I'll try to reopen it. But it's working now. I don't know why. I was trying to do the one-to-one referencing. That didn't work. So then I changed it to just get the initial values. And that somehow worked. But I'm wondering, I'm glad. Ooh, this is great. We can move on from this problem. Start an entirely different problem all over again. All right, so if I run it, you can see here exactly how is it working. But look, see, it's working. 99, 98, it's matching it. Isn't that weird? Oh boy. So hopefully the timer should reset. Yeah, isn't that cool? Oh, that's wonderful. And then it should reset again. It should reset itself and set itself. So now it's 1-to-1. So weird, it is. But it's working now. This is wonderful. Yeah, and now it's updating and everything is all good to go. Oh, okay. Don't ask me how. I wouldn't know how. Okay, so on all of those things said, let me go ahead and save it. I can't break it again. Timer matching. And go ahead and save this version. That's wonderful news. And sync changes. I guess this would come after syncing the game. So never mind. And I wanted to do, I'm just thinking ahead. The ghost idea only works if you can do the game mode. How can you do the game mode if the game mode isn't able to be pulled up? That's something to think about a little bit later down the line. We'll see. Okay, so with all of that said and done, good news, we're rolling now. We're cooking with gas. Are you calling set customer many times? Well, you may have to. Do you mean this? Set customer only gets set every time the customer's created. If not, chair? A little confused. The set customer is ran, and I'll show you as well. I go back up into here. Every time it's spawn is made. So then spawn again. Set customer only happens there. And oh, I can't show you. So this is what I forget who asked, but someone was asking why I couldn't do what was it? Have the bars above them as well. As you can see how it kind of gets very messy, right? Compared to maybe just having something like this on the side where you can see the bars. Of course, I think the bars are too big at the moment. There will be icons for progress. But right now, I'm thinking that. And oh, what's that sound? I heard something. 1 second. Let me pull it up in here. Daniel Gomez, is that it? Welcome. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Let's see. Add the original design of the Skinwalker a witch. Ooh. We can talk design on another time, but I can definitely look into that. Skinwalker sounds a little bit scary. But welcome, the classy wall of flesh. Sounds like you're a horror lover. If I've ever had to see a name and think. And look at that, crashed again. Okay, I'll reopen it. An interesting name, and welcome, like I said. Okay, once it's loading, let me get water. Bum. Okay. Here we go, it's reopening. And yeah, that's the thing as well. It'll crash even if the program isn't running, or the game isn't running. So it's not a thing of the game's performance, as it crashes even if I'm just here. It doesn't look right there crashes? What do you mean? But it'll crash here, even if the game's not running. That's why I don't think it's a game issue itself. Because the game can open and it will crash, but it will also crash on this screen without running anything, which is really odd. The engine itself seems to be crashing. But I'm glad we got it working, and yeah, it is, and I'm not sure how to fix it, but like someone else suggested earlier, I'm gonna try to see if downloading Godot from itself instead of on Steam will help in not crashing as much. But the good news is now we have the timer. Last up, what we have to do now is just add a way to show the customer's current progress. And thankfully for us, we already have a way to show the progress to string. So all we can do here, as later down the line, I do want to do icons. So we'll be able to match progress with icons. For now, we'll just do progress to string. Did it appear any log messages? How do I check the log messages? Is that through looking in the files of Godot, I think? Yeah, it's progress. Hi, Disco. Yeah, I think I definitely will have to see. Step 1's gonna be seeing if installing it from somewhere else can help. So yeah, it's been wonky, but the good news is this progress to string. So when the progress is updated, as if new progress, let's see, it's leaving served, update progress, new progress. So we can go ahead and do on here admitting the different progress. So back down here where we do the customer.update current customer progress bar, we can do up here to utility update customer progress icon and update the icon with itself and also the progress type. But for now, let's just do the progress to string to make it a little bit simpler on ourselves to update the string itself, and then we'll go ahead and do current progress. Current progress. Like that. And then if we go back into utility, do like this. Utility. Here we go. Utility. We can go ahead and do that. Update customer progress bar, update customer progress icon, and then this will be customer to update icon. And then back in here in our customer progress tab, we'll have on here a connect in our progress tab. This will be update progress icon. And then it'll be update, not patience bar, but update icon. Update, we'll call it update customer progress. So you just say icon. Update icon. Update progress icon. I think that's a better name for it, as we'll have an image here to show. For now it'll be text, but you can kind of see in the bottom corner the purple. The purple's kind of a speech bubble, and we'll swap that out once we figure out the text working. Because that formatting with the nodes of green and control nodes are really wonky. Okay, so go ahead and do this. So then every time it gets updated, we can then do our, let's see, progress dot text equals progress dot text equals, and then it'll be, as well as we need the new icon, and then that'll be string for now equals new icon. Well, that sets that for now. What I'm wondering is, in the beginning, when the customer gets set, and ready, the set timer in our progress process. Yeah, so we'll initially have to set the process, but after that, it's missing a parameter at the signal definition. Hold on, where are we at? Do you mean here? This parameter here? Or do you mean definitions? You mean here? Oh, I see. Thank you for catching that. Got ya. Let's see. Icon. New. Oh, we'll just say progress icon for now. As I think the customer progress tab will handle all the icons. That way the customer won't have to worry about the different icons. For right now, we'll just call it the progress icon and it'll be string. Let's see. Yeah. Got ya. I'm slowly picking up what you're putting down. String, not strong. Here we go. Okay. So is that all good to go? We don't need here. I don't know why we're in here. So close. No, we do need the cafe open. Never mind, we do. Okay. And then when the customer's initially set, so here when the customer is set, we do this. And then we go ahead and say progress.text equals customer dot it should be like a dictionary. How did I write it? It should be customer dot progress to string. That's what I called it. Customer dot progress to string. Customer dot current progress. There we go. And that should be good to go, I believe. We can go ahead and run it. Okay, so far so good. If we go ahead and open it here. Ta-da, let's see. Spawn. Moving. Wonderful. I don't know why it says moving. If we go ahead and seat them. Inline. Ooh, okay. So it's a little behind. That's interesting. Right now it says moving. That's not the current progress. Okay. So let's go ahead. When the customer's progress is set, the current progress should be customer progress dot inline. That's what it should initially be. And if we go back into here with our customer, I guess we don't admit this now. Maybe current progress equals new progress. Ah, down here. That's where we do it at. The current progress. So we can go ahead and maybe now do it and see if it works. And if we go close it, we open it here, hold on. There we go. Do okay. All right. So spawn, inline, wonderful. So it should go from inline to moving. There's a car. Oh, hold on. I heard a sound. That wasn't the car. Thank you, Diongo. Is that how you say it? Diogo L? Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome. So it says waiting for waiter. That's all good to go. This is wonderful, it's working. And then we have leaving. Okay, that's good. So if we go ahead and spawn a lot of them and seat a lot of them, they all have their statuses, moving, reading menu, and those will be icons soon, but for right now they're just text. And it's nice, and it's working, and that's great to know. As reading menu, waiting on waiter, then these kind of change. Oh, hold on. Oh, customer eating, customer, oh, something's not working. Something is not working indeed. They're all saying this different, oh, okay. So they're all copies of each other's, weirdly, but they're not. Odd. Waiting for check. Okay, so we do have a bug somewhere in here. 5 leaving served. Okay. Let's make sure they all go through the same thing. So it's inline, that's working. Moving, reading menu, that's working. We wait for the reading menu to go away. It goes away. After that, it then moves on to ready to order, waiting for waiter, then waiting for order, then eating. Okay. After they're done eating, then they move to leaving served, or no, it's waiting for check, right? After waiting for check, it should say, yeah, waiting for check, and now leaving served. So if we go ahead and spawn a bunch of these guys, we'll only do 3. They're all reading the menu. So the timers are working correctly in that sense, which is good. They're all kind of moving at different times, which is important to see. And then afterwards, waiting for waiter, only this guy should be waiting, or not waiting for waiter, if I can get to him. Does not count, waiting for order. And they all update to waiting for order. Okay, so it's something to do with this text down here not updating correctly. Okay, moving on to that bug. So let me get some water. Since it's frozen, let me get some lemonade. Oh, nice and refreshing. As Godot decides to burn on itself. Okay, so with all that said and nice and dandy, I'm gonna go back over to concepts. Go ahead and close it, apparently. Reopen Godot again. Oh boy, I'll be excited when I can see if installing it from a different place works and helps. That'd be lovely. I definitely think all of this chunk of time gets cut into closing, reopening, closing, reopening. But thankfully, Godot's very lightweight in the sense compared to, or at least what I've heard, compared to something like Unity, it's easier to open and close, which is nice. That is true. I can't 100% proof it, at the very least. Okay. So something's wrong with this customer progress tab. When it's getting set and it's getting updated. Oh, hold on. Is this it? If customer to be updated is customer. Oh, well, equal. I think it's here. That's, yep. Yep, that's what I'm thinking. That is exactly what I'm thinking. That's the... I'm glad my needing to validate is working at least, and it doesn't seem as bad, but hopefully now it should be better. They're all reading, that's the only the text is acting up. So now, hopefully, okay, waiting for order, reading menu, waiting for order, waiting for waiter. Okay, it looks like it updated it. So it's not updating all of the signals. Now waiting for order. Wonderful, okay, I think it's working now. Yeah, that little change in making sure it was checked is the only thing that made it not work. Great, okay. So the good news is we can add some, well, I say good news, but we'll have to add some, animations to show the difference in the states. But slowly but surely, we can start removing the text above their head to show their different states. Because right now, we don't need the customer sit state to say state. So we can go ahead and get rid of some of the clutter on screen to hopefully also add. The number is good in everything, so right now we just need to have the number above their head to show who they are, and that should help. So let's go ahead and do that now. And I'll go ahead and save the version as well. Now that we have the customer, well, what do we call it? Progress tab updated, updated, like that. And we can go ahead and commit those changes and save those changes. So next up is adding that number above their head to show which customer they are. And I'm hoping that the number is the only thing we'll have to add on screen to the customer themselves. So down here we have the bar and everything. We can go ahead and hide the bar. We can go ahead and hide the, what else? The state name and the progress label. So it should be cleaner to see now. However, we can go ahead and also duplicate the state name. We'll call it the name of the customer. Here's the number. And it says test right now, but we'll say 1. And this guy here will be the only indication of the customer. So I think depending on where it goes, the number will be different. But for now, we'll just say this number is 0. And then when the customer gets updated, all of those things get privately changed. So we can always toggle them on and off if need be, to help with debugging if need be. All that needs to happen is that, back up here in our customer, we have the progress label that we can add. We can also then add our name. So we can go ahead and drag and drop that guy here. So then, ooh, name, hold on, number. Guess we'll call it the number. Name number. We'll call it number for now. Number. And then I'll rename this to number. 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 And this guy gets here. Alright. Then, when the customer gets made, so in func ready, number equals number.text, and that is a space for some reason, equals name. There we go. Hopefully, this will make it a little bit clutter-free, and we can see. I'll go ahead and spawn. I don't see the number. Interesting. Oh, I know why, I think. Hold on. Let me hide this as it crashes. Oh, Godot. We're missing so many points here, but that's fine. Thankfully, it just takes a few seconds to reopen. But it doesn't excuse it. I like my seconds. I like my time. And I have some still water to spare, so we're good. Is it crashing when you close the game? We can try. If I go back into Godot, open the game. Game's open. Close game. Game closed. Didn't crash. So no, that isn't the problem. Is it because I spawned a customer and closed it? Open game. Spawn customer. Close game. Didn't crash. It's weird. There's a reason it's doing it. I do know that. I just don't know the reason at the moment. What I need to do here is here. This is what I need to do. Name like this. Is that it? Is this what you insist off of me? Name. And then I also want to print the name so I can see what name's getting printed. Print name. Let's go ahead and see if that works. If I spawn it, oh, that is what was the issue. You can see now the name above it. Wonderful. I say the name, but it's aqua. Do we want a different color, do you think? Maybe the color we can go for, it's a magic crash. So far, yeah, you know, I'm doing a magic game, so it kind of aligns, I guess. Let's go with aqua. Aqua's fine. Aqua's a fine color. And we can go ahead as well and hide the... Huh. The patience bar should be hidden. I don't know why the patience bar is not hidden. That is odd. As yeah, the patience is hidden. The only thing that should be here is the 0. Let me save. Maybe that can help. If I click play again. Spawn. No, the patience bar is showing up. Odd. Odd, odd. Is it because I show it here somewhere? Let's see. We have all of this stuff here. The only place patience should be referenced, this bar here, is in the customer itself. All of these states don't need to worry about what the patience bar is. They're kind of plug and play. We can kind of delete the idle or sit state depending on what we need. I'm trying to get better at doing that sort of coding instead of having to rely and inherit things. So, in saying all of that, let's try doing this and seeing... Oh, here. Oh, there we go. And our customer ready. Let's see if doing our patience bar.hide works. It's a little hacky, and I'm not sure why it's not working, but let's see. Oh, that's why. It's doing hide and show in here. Okay. Let's just go ahead and just hide you guys. You don't need to be seen. Okay. Does that help? Is it working now? Hold on. Done. If we go ahead and spawn. Wonderful. So now there's just a little 0 above their heads. And isn't that a little bit neater and showing what's going on than having all of the big numbers and timers? The only issue now is making this clearer to see and also making sure it's in their face direction. As you can kind of see here with these two guys, they're overlapping one another. It makes it a little bit tricky to understand who's where. But for the most part, it's definitely nicer to know numbers to characters. It's working. Maybe change the color according to the patience bar, getting red when it's about to go 0. Ooh, sure. We can definitely add that as clarity later on. Hold on, and let me write it down as well. Change the layer of the number. Oh yeah, hold on. I remember having to fix that with the Y sorting, right? And it closed. So I closed the game that time and it closed it. I'm on to you, Godot. But I will write that down so I don't forget. As yeah, changing the color of the bar for timing is a good idea. I think having a lot of visual indicators helps with making sure things look nice. So let's see. Bar color. Let me go ahead and write that one down. All right. So we can go back into Godot. Bum bum. And once we're back in here, you're saying this guy here, this number here, I believe the visibility, the ordering, right? Y sort enabled. If I click this, does that change it? Does it do the thing? Maybe something happens while running the game and it closes? Maybe, but again, the engine itself has been closing despite the game not being opened. I'm not too sure, but I'm trying to see what patterns I recognize. We can go ahead and spawn seat, blah 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 blah. Well, that yeah, thinking it'll slowly form a plan. And this guy does not. I did enable Y sorting. Does it need something else? Maybe a little bit. So let's see. Spawn seat. How are we working? Yeah, all of these guys are still being covered. I'm wondering. Because right now, all the customers are sorted. And I'm wondering if I go to close this game, is it going to crash? So spawn seat. So right now, the lower guy is being spawned below, but they won't sit still long enough for me to look. You can kind of see here, this guy gets behind, but this number should be in front. So the Y sorting needs to be in front. the layer that it's in. Okay, so if it crashes, it's because it's closing. But I closed it, and can you check the Godot logs? I don't know how to do that. How do I do that? And welcome, Fatal. Is that how you spell it? Or Fat90? Welcome to stream. I've been told you can read it in the files, but if you mean the game itself crashing, and you mean down here in the debugger, I need a little bit more clarification on that bit. Yeah, that would be handy. Figuring out how to get it not doing any of that. As it's a matter, I think, of the engine more than it is the game itself crashing at the moment. But all help is appreciated. Alright, so you mean visibility-wise here? Visibility layer. So what does this do? The rendering. A rendered item, and if its parents share a layer with the viewports. Yeah, you have to kind of go scraping through there. Yeah, the actual logs themselves. Got ya. Okay. If I put it on that layer, or no, top level. How about that? Top level in the visibility layer? Does that help? Let's see. If I go ahead and spawn seats, blah, 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 all of you guys. Oh, I don't see the numbers anymore. I turned off the visibility layer. Oh, it did crash that time when I closed it. Okay. And also, let me see. Maybe this is a quick problem that can be checked and fixed. 'Cause yeah, I can deal with the crashing the stream and then try to figure out it off stream. But if it's just a quick check, I don't mind briefly looking into it. If I go into my browse local files, pretty sure there's something in here. I'd probably have to watch a tutorial, I'm expecting, to be able to understand it a little bit better. But I will certainly look into it once the stream's over, yeah. I've had it up to here with Godot and the crashing. And I'm sure it's really me that's causing it to crash. The little old Godot didn't do anything wrong. Alright, let's reopen. Oh yeah, if you send the docs out, I will happily read them once it's over, so I can figure things out. This crashing has definitely become worse, or it seems. Every 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Okay, so at the number, the visibility layer needs to be 1, and top level means the canvas will not inherit its transform. The canvas the axis was placed as a child on a bare node. I'm wondering, the visibility layers. A viewport will render canvas items as if it and all parents are shared a layer. So does it need to be on its own layer? Layer 2? Is that how it works? We'll see. We'll give it a go and try. Alright. Go ahead. Spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat. Oh, it's still not visible. Okay. If I go ahead and close it, will it crash? No. Okay. No, it did. Slowly but surely it's being narrowed down. But the issue is sometimes it crashes, sometimes it doesn't. Odd. Okay. Maybe it's something to do with the functions and the timer's running, I don't know. But it's good it's being narrowed down. Maybe Godot can finally put it into my water breaks. Okay. So I'll go ahead and hop back over to here. So the number, setting it to top layer didn't work. And I'm sure if I do this now, it'll open up and it'll see... Yeah, okay. The 0's back. I'm wondering and I'm questioning things. Let's see. If random next float... Delete system 32, a lesson here. I know a few things, alright? I know my way around the block a little bit at the very least. Oh, Billy. Yeah, that's why, like, it's for things like that. Trying to do it on stream. I've definitely been fooled a few times. Only a smidge. But this visibility layer, the rendering layer in which the canvas item is rendered. A viewport will render a canvas item if it and all its parents share a layer with a viewport's canvas coal mask? So if I set the visibility layer to 2, does that help? What layer did you set as canvas layer? I don't have a layer I set as canvas layer. It's just layers. At the moment, oh, I see. Project settings, Okay, I'm in project settings. I'm guessing, let's see, texturing, limits, viewport, GUI, heading. I go ahead, what would it be, canvas? Canvas item and debug, maybe? Rendering, textures, default texture filter. I'm not seeing anything related to canvas layer item ordering. I have to Google it. You might be onto something. Okay. Let's see. If I spawn this guy, go ahead and do this. It's setting the visibility layer to help. We'll see in a second. No, it did not. And if I close it, will it crash? No. Yeah. Color me surprised. Okay, so let's see. Canvas layer showing behind sprite. The sprite's layer currently is 1. So does the sprite layer need to be 2? And that needs to be 1? Ordering? Texture, filter, repeat. Are the customers the same layer as the text? Currently it says as much. I set the layer to 2 to see if that helped, but it didn't seem to help. Let me pull out good old Google. Layer, text, showing behind sprite. Godot. What do we get? Character appears behind the background. Scene. Let's see. Label. Label showing behind Godot sprite. Label. Trying to make a layer label show after a head. How to put sprite in front or behind. They should be able to add a category. And then it's the Z index. Okay. In the layer configurations, you'll just put the name. You can't put the name, but the question is, oh, I'm pretty sure I have to do it here in the Z index. I have to make the number 1, I'm pretty sure. And maybe because it's enabled as Z as relative, that's why. But I think that's it. Changing the Z index. But it froze again, and the game's not running. And that's why it's the thing of, sometimes it crashes, but sometimes not. You were asking which layer uses UI layer. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Everything's default by default. But I'm wondering if this Z index UI layer needs to be 1. Right now, everything's frozen. Nothing's even running. So I'm going to have to close and reopen it all over again. Just more than fine. Close, reopen. Thankfully, it doesn't take long at all. But I'm thinking it's the Z index, maybe? As, yeah, the customers and the text currently are on the same layer. Let's see. 2 things with this. Logging is usually done at project level. You assume you already have this enabled. Those logs are stored under user data, project logs. You don't know OS. You want actual engine backtrace, you need to run Godot from the terminal with the verbose flag. I see. I will surely look into that as what is it? Chat does save. I'll look into that. Thank you. Thank you for writing everything out. It gives me a really good starting point. Cause yeah, I'm hoping next stream it won't be as dead as going back and forth with crashing, opening, freezing. Yeah, it was lightweight. It shouldn't have all these problems. But I don't have a layer for all of these guys. These guys are on the same layer as everything else. You can kind of see here, show behind parents, ordering, texturing, all of that's the same. Yeah, there's some plugins that make it easier. Ooh, I'll give those a try as well. I've been trying to avoid plugins, but I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm not against it one bit. Okay, so what's Z as relative? If true, relative to the parent. Oh, if there's no Z, I see. So I think I disable this. And then maybe make this 1. The Z index will just order the sprites that are in the same layer. Yeah. Oh, I see. I'm thinking the way the Z index works is if it's greater than the other, it kind of puts it on a different layer. And the layer will be drawn in order. So it starts from lowest number to highest number, right? Is that how it works? Not. I'll probably have to look up a script or something. Not a script, but what is it called? Not a resource, I forget the name. Article. There we go. An article. But I want to see maybe changing the Z index. We'll see. Oh, it did work. Look at that. Spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat, spawn seat, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it did work. It did help. And truthfully, I think whatever way the sprite is flipped is where it should have the number go. Because yeah, I do like the number on top, and then kind of depending on where the sprite is at. As the numbers are nice. The numbers are nice and low, and the numbers can kind of be maybe rounded or textured differently, but having it the numbers definitely makes it a lot clearer. Let's see. If you have 3 sprites, 2 at layer 1 and 1 at layer 2, the 2 first will be drawn according to the Z index, and the other layer will be drawn after. Oh, I thought it starts at 0 and then kind of goes from 0, 1, 2 layer, and so on. So the layers that are larger in number are the layers that get drawn last. So that's interesting. So it's useful. You select high layer to draw US side. Oh, so I was right. Higher numbers equal drawn later, which means they are on top, right? Is that how it goes? Okay, so we have the customer's number down. We have the customer's progress tab. All of those things are there. I'm wondering if there's a way to make this thinner. Like if I... theme, no visibility, no... I want it to be thinner. This is a very thick bar. Multiple C's are there. I'm wondering, Y? Would it be Y that's in layout? And custom minimum transform, maybe? The Y gets changed here, I see. Okay, H box. Let's make your margins bigger, maybe? Let's see. Something like that, but the layer has a priority than ZX. I see. Gotcha. It's good the more you know. But it's highly appreciated. Thank you for explaining it to me as well. Yeah. It's a growing pain. I'm thinking, isn't there a way to separate it? I forget the word that they use. Oh, it's in custom, right? Theme overrides constant separation. If we make this separation negative, oh, never mind. That is not it. Not it one bit. I want to make the bar thinner. Let's just Google. Progress bar thinner. Let's see. Making a very thin progress bar. Kind of not possible to make a very thin progress bar in height. Hi, Moon Raider. Welcome back. Welcome back to stream. So apparently it might not be possible to change the height of it currently. Which is a little disappointing, but that's more than okay. The next step, or the steps we need to take now, if we go back into our here and our concepts, we have a few things we have to do. We have to zoom out a little bit. Right now we have the orders working. We need to make a screen to show the orders and everything, but for now I'm thinking we can add the day timer will be pretty easy to do. That'll be automatically adding everyone, so we can kind of, I guess, separate now and make a proper menu. Proper menu for customer orders and proper menu for debug. Alright, I think that's next. Let's see. Imagine that the layers are papers. Each layer is a paper, so you would draw in a paper according to the Z index of the sprite that are the layers. After all the sprites are at this layer, be drawn. You're fine. I'm trying to. It's definitely harder to. It's hard to read it to try to understand it. I will 100% look into videos, as I'm a very visual person. After all the sprites at this layer are drawn, you go to see the other papers and do the same for the sprites that are at the other layer. Finally, you place all the papers. Yeah, I do think I understand it. It's just a matter of ordering and layers, with the layers and the ordering. But I do appreciate you writing everything out. Yeah, will be drawn in different papers. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like layers, like drawing layers themselves. Okay, so let's see. What are we working on now? We were about to see. We're going back over here. So right now we have a way for the customer's orders to be visible. Oh, where did my pen go? Yeah. glad I got it. All right, so we've gotten our customer visible orders all done. Oh, I was gonna do X. All done. They're all done to go. Next up is putting the order menu actually on the side and up here. That's step 2 now that we have the customer orders filled. Now we've gotta put them in an actual menu. That's step 2. You'll need to go now, but this game is getting cold. Thank you for coming, and thank you as well for helping out. I felt like a floundering fish, but you helped a lot, and I highly appreciate it. But I hope you have fun doing whatever you're doing, Lewis, and thank you for coming once again. Okay. So next up, we need to have an 2x11 ordering way, as there's 22 customers in total. We need to create a way for what's it, Tamojuto? What does that mean? Tamojuto. Junto? A lot of ways you can say it. Okay. I'll go ahead and go into here. Where are we at? Godot? Yeah, I'll be excited when it stops. Portuguese. There we go. I said it. I see. Interesting. Edie, that's wonderful. Okay. Yeah, okay. So back in our cafe, we have a current customer manager, and that's what this guy is, the customer list, customer manager. The customer manager has this VBox container, which is our debug menu. So I'll go ahead and call it our debug menu. There we go. Yeah, that's what this guy is at the moment, our debug menu. And in our customer manager, right now, if we go in here, we have, let's see, a visual customer list. Yeah. So this was what again? Let me double check. This went from VBox container to debug menu. I think it should still run fine. Doesn't look like it's missing anything in its ordering. Let me double check. If I spawn, everything's good to go. Wonderful. Okay. That's great. So right now our debug menu is the little debug menu. Visual customer list. So now we have to change this up. This is our customer visual control. This really, all this is the debug menu. So I'll go ahead and undo that. VBox container. So this isn't customer visual control. This is our debug menu. And in our customers menu, our visual customers list is the debug menu. So I'll go ahead and put that on here. And oops. Oh, I think it froze again. Hold on. Wait a second. You can't find the specific parts of the doc you know exist, but that should be close enough. Ooh, wonderful. Yeah. Let's see. Project settings, property, application run, flushed out on print. Ooh, yeah. I will definitely take a look at that. That looks very handy. Yeah, this is Oh, are we back? We're back. Wonderful. Okay. So our visual customers list needs to be changed to debug menu. Debug. No, that doesn't need to be visual customers list. This is our customer. This is our order, our menu, our customer panel. That's what it basically is, our customer panel. You want oh, I remember that, ST'd out. Yeah, to not be flushed if we're debugging from a terminal. Yeah. I haven't heard STD out in a second, but I got ya. That's good news as well, to get those working, and yeah, I'll definitely try to see how soon I can get it working. So right now, this is our visual customer list. This is no longer a visual customers list, but really what we need to do is this is debug menu. We now have a new thing. So if we go back into here, we can make a new panel container. And this will be our, oops, does not need to be panel, does it? This is panel container, this is panel. You need to be panel container. So change type, panel container. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, standard output. Yep. I remember those good old days of dealing with the console. So these are all of the customers, and I think we can have a kind of timer up here. The customers will go up here, and this is the entirety of the screen. This panel, is there a way to set the max size of something? Like a margins container, I forget. We'll see, we'll have to see. Your background is in Linux system administration if you're on Windows. Yeah, I'm on Windows, but I've had to program a game in console before. That's what this game is based on, a game I had to make in console. So I'm sure it'll be a little tricky, but sure I can manage. It's highly appreciated. You've given me all of these tips. Yeah. It's gonna be tricky, but I'm sure it'll be worth it. And if it'll let me move the thing. There we go. Okay. And then from there, the visual customers list gets put under panel. So this guy is going there. And now we kind of have to make a grid. So grid. I know there's a grid we can make. I'm just not sure. Grid container. Wonderful. And controls to a grid layout like this. And in our grid layout, columns, modified. Oh, okay. Columns, rows. 2 columns, that's vertically. Horizontally is rows, I believe, right? So for example, if we add a label in here, just messing around with it for a second, and we call this label we duplicate this label. Yeah, okay. That is how it works. We'll go ahead and delete this. And this is our customer menu, or customer list. We'll just call it that, customer list. And then we can go ahead and do that. And this is our customer list. This is our customer grid. List grid. How about that? List grid. And then we can go ahead and do customer list. Oh, we already have customer list here. So what are you, customer list? Oh, you're actually the customers. I see. Okay, we'll call you customers then. As customer list should just be customers. There we go. Makes it a little bit easier. And this customer list is customer menu. Customer menu. That's a little bit nicer. And we can go ahead and have that debug menu and everything. That's all good to go. The question now is that visual customer list is going to be a little tricky. That should be fine. We should be able to do it. So our visual customer list, now we have a list grid. So instead of visual customer list, we now have on here our list grid. So then we can go ahead and anywhere that's the visual customers list, we can do add child list grid. And that should be good to go, as it's just adding the child to the list. And now hopefully in this debug menu, what we have up here, it's not up here. Everything should spawn in here and it should hopefully stay in this list. Question is there a way to keep the clip contents? So no, we don't want that. Transform, container sizing. I want it to stay the same and not expand, but we'll see how this goes. All right, so I can go ahead and click play and go ahead and have the game open here. So when we spawn, oh man, seat, spawn, seat, spawn, seat, spawn, seat. This is not what I wanted. This is not what I wanted in the slightest. Oh, that's wonderful. Is it gonna crash? It does. Aha! Got ya. I'm figuring it out. Hi, MC Shukiki. I believe I've seen your name before. Welcome, welcome back. Welcome to pain and experiencing of crashes, though. Hopefully this will be the last stream where Godot crashes as much as it is. We're getting somewhere, slowly but surely. And now what I need to figure out is how to maintain a certain container size. We don't want the container to get bigger. We want it to maintain its size, and that's a little tricky to figure out, but we'll see. Is that a horror from from FNAF? Or I see, yeah. Hi. Okay. Well, I don't know if you can see it, but there's this little grid here that I want to fill up. The only issue, and I can kind of add the customer customer progress tab here, the scene here, to kind of demonstrate it as well. It's too big. We need it to be smaller. So how do we make it smaller? We'll put it in the list. There we go. And I'll also duplicate it a few times to show it off. Right now, that's what's happening. We don't want it in all of that. So we need to figure out a way to make them smaller. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Custom minimum size. What does this do? I don't know. Okay, layout direction inherited. Transform container sizing. Okay. Shrink begin. Shrink begin. No, that didn't do anything. Maybe it's this here. This can't shrink. We're not filling and expanding. We're shrinking center, maybe? Is that how it works? Container needs to stay the same size. Container needs to stay same size. Godot 4. What do we get? How to force container to... Yeah, I want the container to stay the same size. The question is how? And I'm not sure quite how quite yet. This is where containers start having a few issues. Container Godot needs lock size. How do you lock the size? Is there a way to do that? Let's see. Automatic sizing, how to lock texture rect. Easy way to maintain an aspect ratio. Oh yeah, this is this is gonna be tricky to figure out these sizing. So yeah, this guy right here, its current sizing is not what we want. Let's see, is it in transform where we have to decide? No. Yeah, shrink center? Center? No. We need these guys to be smaller. And this transform scale. Ah, that kind of helps. Maybe that's it? What we have to do? Something like this instead? Oh, I didn't even realize I have to hide that. There we go. It seems to have helped a little bit. Like that. That works. Ish. We have a little bit of borders that we would need to add. Aside from that, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We need 2 more rows. 10, 11. This is how big the list would have to be. Let's see, let's lock this guy here. That way I can move it. Oh boy. Feel everything kind of slowing down, it feels like. Now that I've added this list. Oh man. Everything feels like it's going in slow motion. There we go, now it's locked. Yeah, these guys need to be smaller. Oh, wrong button. It's the scale I have to worry about. But something like that is what it would need to look like. I doubt you'll have a full house at some point, but this is what the sizing would have to be in order to get everything. I'm not too sure if I like that. Quite like that at all, but we can see. So go ahead and grab this guy and delete everyone. Yep, delete 22 nodes. Oh man. It feels like it just lagged my computer to no end. So go ahead and click OK. Give it a second. Am I dying too? I am! Godot is killing me slowly. Ha! Hold on. Give me a second. Everything's dying. Da, da, da. Oh, that's awful. Hold on. We're good to go now? Let me go into here. I'm still dying. I'm still slowly going in motion. Hold on. Gotta be killed, Godot. There we go. Am I alive? Hello? Anyone out there? Hello? There we go. Godot just is... That is so weird. The game wasn't even running. I'll certainly be looking into why. But I'm glad I can move again. Yeah, I froze in the matrix for a second there. Yeah, good, that's good. How weird. Okay, Godot's back up and running though. It seems it was able to delete some of the customer's progress. Still hear you? That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Hi, Anthony Rye, by the way. Welcome to stream. I don't think I've read your name before. Okay, that's good though. I might have visibly been dying, but I was here in mind and spirit. At the very least, yeah, you can kind of see that kind of blank image, right? Not blank image, but that there's like a little bar, right? And now when I spawn and seat these guys, it's stretching. So we need a minimum size, I'm assuming. Right now, we do have a way to do 22. It is working now. 17, 18, but the sizing, the ordering is still going to be a little off. But overall, it's working-ish. It's just a few more tweaks here and there. And that's why I'm wondering. Definitely to save on space, the circle timer would be better. It'll be a little bit harder to implement overall, but the bar seems a little bit too wide. A matter of just figuring things out, and sure we'll be able to figure it out. Let me get some more water. And we can keep going. All right, so the customer menu. It's there, but it needs to be changed. And the issue right now we're running into is that the UI is getting stretched. So Godot UI stretched. Let's see. UI scaling. Yeah, we don't want to stretch and resize it. That is definitely what we don't want to do. Which causes disorientation. And checks the documentation. Maybe reframe the question. For now, there's no way. Apparently it's kind of set up. Stretch mode should be disabled. It appears the minimum size property is completely overridden. So there's a stretch mode, I think? Font size too big? That could also be it as well, do you think? Let's double check. Well, we can always just do this and add it onto here. It's small in here. Hold on, let me do this. It's small during when it's in here. This seems to be no problem. But then as soon as it starts getting modified and everything, it starts acting up. Like, this is fine. But then when you do it in game, it decides to not be fine. And I'd like it if the... okay, hold on. Yeah, delete these nodes. The menu should be this big. This is how big the menu should be. And then the grid goes in the menu. You need a margin. Well, that comes after we figure out why it's not working as well. If we add this guy in here... Oops, cancel. Customer progress tab. That is what we need, yeah. See, this is working now. Interesting, interesting. So if we added that in there, or moved it, expanded it, it should work, hopefully now, a little bit better. Let's see. We go back and run Godot. What happens now? Let's see. Spawn, seat, spawn, seat, spawn, seat. There's 4 guys right now. 1, 0, 2, 3. Adding it definitely looks weird. Might have to reorder it. But it's kind of working, but it's getting expanded is the thing. Because of the words. We'll have icons later that won't have to deal with words, so maybe that's what we have to do now, is have some icons just as temporary to help with showing off the different features. Is yeah, I think the words are kind of messing it up a bit. Let's do that. That shouldn't be too bad of a switch. We can just use the same, well, not even the same. We can do a few icons to help get our point across and do little updates. So just something temporary used as a show of design. So for example, I believe it's called a texture rect. Rect here. Yep, rect. Texture rect. And it needs to be a margin container. Well, really in a panel inside of a margin container. And, oh, it needs to be a panel container. Don't know why I put panel. And it needs to be a panel container, texture rect. And also needs to be in a margin container. There we go. We have a panel, which is margin, which is inside a panel, which has the texture. And this panel is, let's just do 16 by 16. This margin container is also, well, if it's margin, then it can't be 16 by 16, can it? We'll make it 16 by 16. And then the texture itself will also be 16 by 16. Let's see. Stretch mode, scale, keep size. That should work. And this guy gets changed for progress. The progress label won't be anymore, but we need this to be its own box. Let's see. Transform, size. The panel container needs to be 16 by 16, and it is not. Not a square. Let's see. Oh, I also forgot to hide that again. Am I Godot, really? If it's not one problem, it's something else, isn't it? Hold on. I see myself freezing again. Or not freezing, but moving in slow motion. Give it a second. There we go. Yeah. Oh, man. Don't. Well, it's bad, but interesting. So I'll reopen it. Get some more lemonade. Give it a second for it to do its thing. Let it open again. Okay. So as I was saying, Godot, before you rudely interrupted me, this panel needs to be 16 by 16. And I'm wondering... Okay. So go into Sprite really quickly. And just taking a look at those textures we made in concept. Let me go back into here as fast as possible. We can just do some quick things. Right. So for example, and I'll go ahead and file, new, 16 by 16. There we go. And we'll just do simple textures. So step 1 is inline. We don't have a emote for that, but let's just make it, oops. Let's just make it dot, dot, dot. Inline weighting. Inline / weighting. That takes care of 1. Next up we have, we go back in here. Next up we have reading menu. We can go ahead and do reading menu. We also need one for, and let me move this over here for a second. Or actually, let me zoom out. And you can't even see, hold on. Ta-da. There we go. You see, yeah, wonderful. Let me move that over. All right, so we need one for, let me zoom out here so I can see what I'm looking at, like this. All right, so we need one for reading menu, and that was just gonna be a book. We can just go ahead and say, for now at least, let's just say reading menu is this R. Next up we have, let's see, waiting for waiter. Waiting for waiter. Let's go ahead and hide this. Let's do a long exclamation point. And then next up we have waiting for order. Waiting for order. And we can go ahead and just do that chat bubble we did. So something like this. Nice and simple. Keep it small. We can edit it later. And then we can go ahead and do, next up is waiting for check. Waiting for check. And for that one, let's just do a paper like this with some lines. Oops, it doesn't matter. Let's just do that. Waiting for check. And then we can go ahead and do one more. Let's see. So leaving, that was the angry, unsatisfied one. Leaving. And let's just do red, make it nice and easy on us. And do thumbs down, like this. Thumbs down. That's a thumb, isn't it? And then we'll go ahead and do, copy that, paste that, go ahead and flip it, or not that one, flip it like that one. And leaving happy will be this green one, that. So leaving served. Like that. Our temporary sprites. So I'll go ahead and go back into my stream materials. Where are we at? Necrotype Cafe, programming, give it a second. Folder, call this a sprite. Go ahead and save it here. Call it temp sprites, Necrotype Cafe. There we go. And then all we have to do then, and I forget how to do it. There's a way to export as sprite sheet maybe? Source to do visible layers. Yeah. In that case, export as frames, visible layers, selected frames. Okay. Let me double check to see if there's a way to export frames individually. Not frames. Export layers. And visually nice and quick. So how to export layers. And then where are we at? What are we doing? Okay. I think what I'd have to do is, if I don't have it already, export tags, export resize, nope, okay. In that case, let me close this. Like that, and nope, okay. Let's just export all of these together. We'll go back into our Godot. Now that Godot's opened, and I'll go back into Asprite, reopen that, and export all of these guys individually, really quickly. The file, export as, and take the names and do all of those things. We go ahead and call this inline / waiting, inline waiting. This is a little tedious. I'm guessing, actually, how about this instead? What we'll do is, we'll do, oops, it'd be Control B. Nope, it'd be, hold on, new empty frame. Oh, Alt B. Like that. And then we'll go ahead and drag you for a second. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. There we go. So each one is on its own line now, like that. We can go ahead and now export. That should be good now. Export as, da da da, wonderful. And we can go ahead and call it a PNG, which means they'll all become their own PNGs. Save, export. Yep, okay. So now if I go ahead and subtract and we go into Godot, we should have these images. I go back into here, I go into our, where are we at? Materials. And then from our materials, we can go ahead and go into here, into our sprite. We have all of these guys. And I'll go ahead and rename them. And I'm renaming them to, let me double check. Rename, leaving, served. And I'll also title it as icon, because this will make it easy to read. So go ahead and rename, and leaving, and do all of the icons renamed so it makes it easier to read. Icon, waiting for check. Here we go. This is icon. What is it called? This is called waiting for order. There we go. This one is called waiting for waiter. This one is called rename icon reading menu. And then this last one is called rename not leaving or served, but also it's called inline moving. Okay, so now that I have all of those, and hi Cordrin Mosiah, is that how you say it? Mosiah, maybe? Welcome to stream, and unknown game dev indeed. It's a process for certain. Okay, so with all of those things said and done, now I've kind of renamed everything. What we can then do is back in our cafe, in our entities, in our customer, and I'm wondering, where should we set this at? And I'm thinking, let's just do it in UI. So I'll go ahead and make a new folder called UI to make things easier to keep things on track. And then from there, we'll go ahead and do this as do UI. We will call this what is it called? Assets? Assets? There we go. UI assets. And then from there, I can go ahead and drag all of the images or icons I just made. The temporary, amazing 10 out of 10 icons, mind you. Put them in there. Import all of them. Give it a second to import. And look at that. They're all in here now. Now that we've kind of doodled them all out. Okay. And now that they are in here, we can go ahead and set them. And I was trying to avoid it, but it seems like this progress doesn't want it. What are you doing here? You just got recommended this? Oh, no problem whatsoever. Right now we're working on the UI of my rhythm game. It's a cafe sim, and I can kind of show you right here. This is the game itself. You're kind of moving around. You'll do stuff and spellcast. The important part is that in this stream we're working on a UI to help us know what the customers are thinking and what their order is. We have a spawn button here, and it's spawning them. And the 0 represents the customer's actual number. But the issue we're running into right now is that, as you can see, the menu for knowing what their status is very wonky and it doesn't look nice. So we're trying to refresh it and make it look better. Right now their status is text. So the goal right now is to import these images and convert the images instead to where the text is to hopefully add a little bit more clarity and make it less chunky, as this entire cafe fits 22 people. And 22 of these names is very confusing and very cluttered. And the hope is that by adding the icons instead, as I was going to do text for the temporary, but since text is not working out, I'm instead going to add the images instead to hopefully make it a little bit nicer on the eyes to see. And that's what these images down here are. 2-second sprite images I've imported. Okay, with all of that said and done, now that we're in here, what we need to do is when our icon is updated, we will take the icon and the dictionary. We're making a dictionary now, is basically what we're doing. What we can do here, So see, you love the concept. Is it going to be a kind of restaurant tycoon management? Yep. Basically, it's a rhythm typing game. So instead of when customers ask for an order, instead of what I was gonna say, cooking, you spellcast. So you summon the food, and the food gets summoned by rhythm and typing. So this should be fun. It's like a penguin diner, if you've ever played that before, except it's got the typing and the rhythm typing aspect to it, along with moving around with all of the management. So in saying all of that, this is no longer a new icon. It's now going to be a progress state. A progress. And this is the customer progress. So what I really need to do is do customer.progress. Like this. So I should be able to do this. Customer progress. And this is the current... Well, this is the new progress. There we go. Like that. Customer progress. You don't know why, but you thought Friday Night Funkins, but with spells? No, it's not. It's you type out poems. So it's like, you know those typing games, those racing typing games people had to do in computer class? Imagine that, but if you had to type on the beat instead of typing as fast as you can. That's the idea behind it. So instead of this new progress, we have this up here, and then we can go back into our customer. And up here, if we go all the way up, we have these progresses. These progresses. So we need to make a dictionary, kind of like this guy here, where it matches to an icon. And that's how we match and move and all around. Yeah. It sounds lovely and very cute. Oh, I'm glad you like the idea of it. Should be fun. I'm excited to see where this goes. The hope is to get it done by the end of the year, and hopefully the prototype will be done either this week or next week. Fingers crossed. Your sausage fingers could never. Yeah, that's the goal is also that it doesn't rely on speed. It relies on rhythm. But if you have sausage fingers and your rhythm's also not too swell, I can't help you then. But the hope is that it'll be, you don't have to be good, but if you're good at it, you get rewarded for being good. We don't get punished severely for being bad. And I say this as Godot has decided it wants to freeze again. Let me move back over to concepts for a second. Let me close it, reopen Godot, and we'll go from there. So it does like to do this, and it's okay. I'm hoping by next stream I'll be able to have Godot working properly. So yeah, this is hopefully. I'm excited to have the prototype done. That way I can get feedback and have updates before the prototypes, well, before the final game is done, as this is the bare bones. Alright, so Godot's open again. We are back here. And now what we have to do is take these. Really, what is it? Is this all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ah, well, you know what? I'm just gonna, don't mind me if I copy and paste that dictionary. And I'll use this here. Wonderful. You think you'll drop by now and then and check? Yeah, you should. I'm hoping to get lots of progress done. It's supposed to be a small game in the hopes that I can get it done. It is my second game, so I don't have too much under my belt, but the hope is that I'll get a little bit under my belt. But I'm glad you enjoyed the idea. All I'm gonna do here is make a new dictionary, and then this is going to be progress to icon. Like that. And then what we can do is take all of these, and depending on the progress, it'll just convert it. Is the hope behind that. Is yeah. The customer doesn't need to know about the icon, only the game does. And the game is going to take all of these icons, and it is going to make it into its own texture. Now the question is, do I import the source, or can I just make it an icon? Like, if I import it, I'm thinking, it should be fine. We should just be able to set the texture. So inline and moving. Inline gets moved to here. Moving gets moved to here. Reading menu gets moved to here, like this. Waiting for waiter gets moved to here. Then we have waiting for order. We have waiting or eating. Ooh, we don't have an eating one. Hold on. Doesn't truly matter. But I'll quickly add an eating one, just so we can keep up to date. I'll go ahead and just copy this and grab an eating. I'll make it an E. How about that? E for eating. And I'll go ahead and export this guy here. and it'll be in not visible layers, not all frames, selected frame. Go ahead and export it like that into PNG. And then I'll go ahead and do icon eating. There we go. And export. And now we can go back into here and import our eating icon, our wonderful E. Is there a story? Why are you running / working at the cafe? There is. You play as Gabby, a necromancer who goes to a very esteemed magic school. And the idea is that she doesn't want to be a necromancer. She wants to be a baker. But since she can't bake, she decided to invent a new type of magic, cooking magic, in order to pursue her chef and baker dreams. The idea is that you'll have by the end of the month, so you have 30 days, 30 levels, to prove and to get up enough, what's the word? Rapport, I guess, enough rapport that people will say, okay, you know what? She can do this, and she doesn't have to be a necromancer. You know, it's you were wrong, Mom and Dad. I can do this. That's the idea behind it, is that playing someone who doesn't, and she's really good at necromancy as well, but they don't believe her. Not one bit. All right, so cannot find member inline based on customer. We got to do this. Like this. There we go. Okay, so then all we have to do, hopefully, is now we have this texture. So if we grab this texture, oops, can't drop node based did not inherit node script. Hold on. So can I drop it? Can't drop node because script customer progress tab does not inherit node. A little confused on that one. You don't can't drop node because script customer progress tab does not inherit node. Well, time to Google. Can't drop, or what did it say? Let's see. Societal pressures suck, exactly. Everyone's very traditional, but the new kids on the block, the students also support her. So the customers are your fellow students. But can't drop nodes because script customer progress tab. Can't drop node. Can't drop node because script progress tab. Godot 4. What do we get here? Can't drop nodes because script is not inherent node? Hold on. If I drag you, why are you angry? Can't drop node because script customer progress tab does not inherit node. Okay, well, how about this? What if I do export var texture or icon? Right, and then I make it a texture rect. You take that. Ooh, wonderful. I'll take it. And that all that means is I go here, and then in this is customer's progress tab. And in here you should be able to extend. So where is my extension Godot? Oh, it hasn't saved yet. So down here, progress texture, new progress goals, and we'll pass this for now. Let's see. What's Gabriella like as a person? She looks mean, but she's a sweetheart. She's an adorable sweetheart. She has a passion, but her family's not very emotive, so she kind of grew up not emotive. She's wild at the heart, even if she might not express it all the time. She's a lovely gal. Got a lot of fire under her. That's why she can rally people around her cause. All right. So maybe now I can just move you. Okay, that's fine. So that icon is this texture active. Like that. And now what we can do is do up here in our update icon. What we do is do icon.texture equals, and then we go ahead and do, hold on. It is progress to icon like this. And then we go ahead and do new progress. Like that. And then in our customer, what we should be able to do back down here is when we set progress to string, instead what we do is just do current progress. I mean, we shouldn't have to do any of that stuff now I'm thinking about it. We should just do this. And then down here, Shouldn't be any of that. It should just now be customer dot current progress. And then back in our utility, have to update some code. And we should get now customer to update icon. Now we don't need that string anymore. We're kind of updating it to an image. So in saying all of that, hopefully now this should be an icon. We can go ahead and if we just test the icon, we can go ahead and do starts with this icon. We get little dots. Aren't those cute? And in our margin container, I should have a panel bar style here that I can change the theme of. Let's see. If we go with this brown panel, how does that look? It doesn't look too bad. Let's go with that one. But this size right here, maybe 32 by 32? That's a little better, isn't it? Okay, maybe 64 by 64, 64 by 64. That's a little better. I kind of like that a little better. All right, so in saying all of that for our margin container, let's go ahead and make the theme override constants. We'll add some margins in here. We don't want it to be exact, but we'll go ahead and say maybe 6, 6, 6, 6. There we go. Now let's see if it works. Fingers crossed that it'll update and everything. Let's go ahead and see. So now instead of words, it should be texture. If I get... That went well, didn't it? Okay, hold on. There's no longer a progress. That's why it's acting up. So now instead of progress here, we do this. Now we should be good. No more progress bar. Okay, how about now, Godot? Game capture, dun dun. Wonderful, okay. Nope, not wonderful. Not wonderful at all. Okay, okay, okay. Da, da, da. Oh, I know. No, I don't. Okay. See if we can figure out this problem. And I'm dying again. Godot! You just have to make it a little bit longer. You can do it. I believe in you. Alright. Will you let me move or you're gonna freeze? It would appear it is going to do the freezing. Which is more than okay. I'll work with it on its level. We're nearing the end. This is the final countdown. Alright, Godot. Let me close it and reopen it, and we'll give it another go. Oh, no, it didn't. It's fine now, apparently. And that's nice to know. Wonderful. Okay, that's good news. In that case, icon.texture. So, invalid assignment of property key texture with value of type string on a base object of type. Okay. So right now the texture, if I go ahead and cancel this texture is, it should be an image texture. Maybe the issue is the PNG? Oh, because it's a string. I see, I see. Okay, okay. So maybe I can make this into a texture. Like this. Like that. Does that work? Do you agree with that? Texture is not found in base self. Okay. Hold on. Hold your horses. If I go ahead and do... If I already do... If I go back up here again. What does this do? Turn PNG... Get PNG from texture, maybe? Let's see. Godot 4. Load PNG from file. There we go. That's what I want to do. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Set image. Texture.set image. Instead of create from image? No. Okay, hold on. Maybe icon dot... Does this work? Set image? No, that's not a thing. Okay, I see. So we need to take this texture. We'll take this string and turn it into a texture. String to texture, let me see. That is our current dilemma at the moment. Turn string to texture. Godot 4. What do we get? Set texture from string. Yep, yep. So what do we do? Or you may want to... Okay. Let's see. If you're going from file, it won't work. To obtain the texture, you have to know its path. Ah, I see, I see. Or maybe you want to assign it in the inspector by using export. Yeah, okay. In that case, what we have to do is do texture resource, it's saying? Texture, no, texture reference, I gotcha. So, load. Like this? Is that what you're saying? Aha! I might have figured it out. Hold on. Go ahead and add a load to all of these guys. Like that, oops. That. And then if we go back over here, we will add you, oops. You. And we should be good to go, I think. So now instead of the texture reference, well, you can see if it works. Icon.texture, progress to icon. I just want to get the icon working. And I think we're getting close. Definitely it's gonna take some looking up the canvas stuff, but we'll see. Oh, it's working. Look at it. All right, let's see. Does it change? Walking. And look at that. Isn't that a wonderful reading icon, isn't it? Once they're done reading, they move on to ready to order. That should change that texture to exclamation. Now that they're ready for their order to be served. The order's now served. That has to be changed, it seems, but it's working. You can press Alt and click on multiple lines. Ooh, can you now? I'll have to check that. That sounds wonderful. Oh boy, yeah, let's check that. Alt multiple lines? Unless, of course, Godot closes. That's okay. Alt. I want to try that Alt thing. We'll go back into concepts. Do all of that. Dun, dun, dun. And we're nearing it. This is good. I like the icon idea a little bit better for testing at the very least. Yeah, success. It's wonderful. We're slowly but surely. We got a lot more success done than I expected to, which is nice. We're ahead of schedule, I'm hoping, as once we do a few more things, we'll be close. All right. So hold Alt, you said? Alt. How does that work? Godot. Exactly. You can press Alt. Oh, Alt and click. Ooh, look at that. Hold on, let me hide it there. Interesting. I will be using this. I'm gonna use it and I'm gonna enjoy it. Thank you. Okay. I'm saying all of that. I'm wondering why. I think I did the icon wrong. Inline, moving, reading, waiting, eating. Ah, I see. The eating icon's wrong. I was getting confused when I was looking at the icons. Eating, check, leaving, served. Wonderful. So now, and I'm assuming it's gonna crash again, but that's okay. If we spawn a bunch of these guys, isn't that easier to read now with the icons? Now we just need to add the colors, but it's looking nice, isn't it? Multi-track editing. Yeah, it's nice. But, oh man, I'm happy it's now the icons. The icons definitely help in seeing. The icons are also big in color. So now we just have to make, I think, the numbers bigger as well. And you can now see them leaving dissatisfied, all the reds and everything. Especially when we start to add the animations. It'll also be really helpful. But overall, this is really good. Just need to figure out the way the, what's the word? Menu? Why the menu size isn't sizing correctly? And are you gonna crash on me? Yes, it is. I'm figuring things out. I'm learning on this day. My brain grew 2 times. All right, so this is good news. Let's see. Is there anything else to touch on? Let me check. As yeah, this is gonna take some tweaking and everything, but I'm glad things are working out and we weren't stuck on too many things. So if we go, oh, I am in concepts. Wonderful. Let me open up concepts. Here we are. So currently we have the idea with the bubbles and everything that's working. The issue now is going to be maintaining that size ratio, which shouldn't be too, I say it shouldn't be too difficult. It'll be messing around with canvas images. However, once we do that, and let me zoom out to over here. Once we get this menu area working, it's a matter of adding this area and then the spellcasting area here. I initially thought it should be, well, I don't know, we'll see. As I've completely forgot, one of the things we also have to do before the prototype is done is, and hold on, not only does, oh, hold on again. What they say here, down here, now that my tablet's on. So ordering menu has to be completed. That's not completed. Cafe timer also has to be added, so we don't just have to spawn things in. Last thing that needs to be added for the prototype is adding ghost. Let me go ahead and here. Adding ghost. In the game, our character is afraid of ghosts, despite being a necromancer. But the ghosts serve as a way to add a little bit of keep you on your toes and mini challenges. And by adding ghosts, you kind of get upgrades. It's a way to get upgrades without having to serve customers. You get upgrades and able to add things. And I think in here as well, let me see if I can find it. Because we're talking about ghost. Here. You can kind of see the little ghost guys here and some earlier conceptions of the game and the UI area, some tables and seats and menus. I'm trying to find where we have ghosts, kind of up here. Banishing, spellbook paint, ghost interfere. Yeah, ghosts were the last main strong point of the game that we wanted to add. And once that's added, overall, it'll be done with the prototype, so that'll be wonderful. Yeah, what a ghost stop you from doing? Block rhyme, force you to make new ones, change the metronome. Ghosts are gonna change things up, which will be fun. Yeah, interrupt typing, customers, things of that sense, and reward systems, and all of those things. But with all of that said, let me come back in over here. That'll be the end of the ends. Thank you for coming, everyone. And to those curious and interested, let me go ahead and do this. The current prototype that is on itch.at right now, which is that link that was sent, and it should send on YouTube as well, hopefully. The current link that was just sent is the spellcasting portion of the game with the rhythm. The idea was that make the spellcasting and now make the cafe. And I'm not seeing it pop up on YouTube. Let me go ahead and copy and paste it here. See you next week, Moon Raider. Thank you for coming. Hold on. Let me see if I can copy the link. Yeah, things are dying, but that's a-okay. If something's not dying, I don't want it. Here. There we go. Oh, no, that didn't do it as well. If you're on YouTube, though, you can check the description, and it should be on there as well. Yeah, it's the thing of making sure things are connecting. But if I copy this, should this work better? It should. There we go. There's the link. And that is to the spellcasting aspect of the game. So you'll kind of get a feel for how the rhythm typing kind of works, if you were curious. And include it with that. Let me go ahead and pull this up as well. Where are we at? Man's in the chat. And here we are. Include it with that, the Discord, and I'll go ahead and post that as well. If you want to see more recent updates, as I'll be working on this game throughout the week, so I won't have any YouTube updates on it, but I'll post updates. And if you want to follow along for progression and me writing what I'm doing, you can also join the Discord as well. That's the fastest way to get updates about the game. But with all of that, I will see you all next week. I'm excited. We're coming to the end of the beginning, the beginning of the end. And with all of that, thank you for coming, thank you for joining, thank you for watching, and I'll see you all soon. Have a good week, and have a good Halloween, since I won't see you Halloween. Halloween's a Thursday. Have some good spooks and everything. Alrighty. See you soon.